polling unit agent does Labour Party have? How many original from EC8A, from the polling unit, originals that were obtained from Labour Party's polling unit agent? How many of them do we have? How many? The other day, Aisha Yesufu gave an interview. And in giving that interview, she was trying to paint a picture that she was not corrupt, she would not allow corruption, but certain things started leaking out. On the day of the election, according to Aisha Yesufu, they gave her, some people started asking for money, state coordinators were asking for money to give to polling unit agents. Aisha refused, saying that no, they should send the account number directly to her. She will be the one to pay polling unit agents. How can one person pay 140,000 polling unit agents? How? How? I know there's a place for activism, but you should think strategy sometimes. And so the polling unit agents, they were arguing, oh, send the money. No, we will not send the money. No, I will send the money. At the end of the day, when Peter Obi intervened, according to what Aisha Yesufu said, now Peter Obi now said, okay, we will send the money to the coordinators, but bring from EC8A, polling unit result. Guess what? According to Aisha Yesufu, not me now, the people now said that the polling unit agents, they don't have from EC8A. They don't have polling unit results. So when you jump and say judiciary this, judiciary that, judiciary did their own. There are 4 grounds, and I came out to scream it that time, but people said that my mouth was smelling. There are 4 grounds. 3 of those grounds were dependent on the prerogative of the justices or the judges of the tribunal. It was dependent on how they interpreted it. However they interpreted it is their interpretation. They are entitled to their interpretation. You may not like it, but it's their interpretation. They are backed by law to have it. And since they are the judges or the justices, it is their interpretation that we stand. And I was saying, there's only one ground that cannot be left to the discretion or the prerogative of the judges or justices, even up to the Supreme Court. And that is what? Polling unit form EC8A. Polling unit form EC8A. If INEC did not give you polling unit form EC8A, you could have gotten from police or other security agencies. Get your form EC8A, collect your original result, and then tender your original result to court. Like Adeleke did in Oshun. And then with that, your original result, you can say, okay, these are the polling units from EC8A result. These are the originals that we got from our polling unit agents. And then the one that INEC uploaded is fake. You prove it, you present the original. The court will see. And then we would have won on that ground. But no. No from EC8A. Why? Because polling unit agents did not get it. And you know the funny truth? From what we can see now, from the report that, what's this group now? That Osita Chidoka set up. From that report, you could see that even the Labour Party polling unit agent in most of the polling units compromised. Because it's only when they compromise that the changes that we're seeing at the registration area or ward level, at the local government level, all those changes are only possible when your own agents are compromised. You are not able to get your own results from the polling unit real time and doing your own real-time collation side by side, so that when INEC gives you their figure, you are giving INEC their figure. Look at what happened when they were doing the collation of Kwara. When Dino Melaye came out to start speaking, Mahmoud said, give me, these are the figures. What is your own figure? We could not provide our own figure at that point because of failure to set up collation. So that's the number 3 reasons from EC8A. If we take care of these 3, even if INEC and Judiciary want to do their thing, or APC and Tinubu want to do their thing in 2027, if we take care of these 3 things, we will defeat them in 2027. The reason I'm saying this is so that we can know that there is still hope. Don't let them make you give up by forcing this narrative on you that it was because of rigging, and because they rigged it before, they will still rig it again. Yes, they can do their rigging, but we can check them. We can check them in 2027. And that is only possible if we start now. We need to create a structure, a network of patriotic, passionate Nigerians. And it can only happen when we have credible political party. And that's why we need you to join us to create this political party. We will not get tired of screaming it. We will continue to scream it until we get critical mass. And the earlier we do it, the better. Now they're just deceiving us and distracting us with all manner of stories. The things that we're supposed to be doing, we're not doing. We're not creating that structure. We're not networking. I should be able to sit here in Abuja and know who is fighting and defending the interest of Nigeria in Sokoto or in Borno or in Akwa Ibom or in Lagos or in Delta. We should be able to know. We should be communicating. We should be having weekly online, offline meetings talking about solutions. But right now, what we are busy doing is complaining. And you know the funny truth? Tinubu and his APC, they know how to give us things to complain about. We have been complaining before, we didn't get results. If we think that we will get a different result by continuing to complain, we joke and we kid ourselves. And it's not by protest too. The only protest that will help us is an intellectual protest.
And his co-journeymen. And this is insulting. It is a reckless abuse of court processes. It is disinformatory and as a result, misleading. And any of those lawyers who have been involved should actually face the MBA disciplinary committee. You see, when you look at Mr. Shaibu, it has become his recurrent and serial modus operandi. A man who, to date, is still having cases he has to solve. When I remember from 2014, when he was facing the ICPC case for fraud and tax evasion and forgery, which was adjoined sine die because he was running for office, as I was in the court for office as deputy governor. That is still there. So maybe all these things are things he's pursuing so that he will not face the real things that are awaiting him now that he's no longer enjoying immunity. Not to talk about his alleged murder case, which happened when he was majority leader of the Edo State House of Assembly. So when I look at him, I saw him on television the other day screaming that the executive governor of the state, is lawless. You know, when our former deputy governor has turned himself into a serial brigand in the public space. He's staining our people. He's stretching the grace of God upon his life. You know, I think it was Olaro. No, it was Olaro Timi. No, Chino Achebe. He said, "Those for whom nuts have been cracked for them by benevolent spirits should not forget to be humble." The lack of humility, the lack of decorum, the lack of general comportment by Mr. Shaibu, who has become arguably the only deputy governor everybody knows in the public space in Nigeria. I mean, he should call himself to order. We are a lawful people. We are a collective of intelligent people. So he should not begin to drag us in the public space in his unending melodrama.
Dr. Obaseki,
Madam,
if I can come
the
in here.
appeal court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria did not pass a judgment.
Dr. Obaseki,
they only dismissed an interlocutory appeal that has absolutely...
Dr. Obaseki, if I can just come in here, let's talk about the impact of, Shaibu's legal maneuvering, the perjury and government secrets, the actual things that were discussed in this case, because he was accused of evading, court notices for weeks. The impeachment itself was based on allegations of perjury and leaking government secrets. How serious are these allegations in the context of the current governance of Edo State? And how do you think that his behavior has affected public perception of his integrity and the credibility of his defense against the impeachment, as well as Shaibu's legacy in Edo State politics?
Let me start with the last part of the question. Legacy, Shaibu has zero legacy. Zero legacy in the sense that he has always been piggybacking on others. This is a deputy governor, as a sitting deputy governor, could not win his unit. Go check the results of the 2020 election, could not win his ward, not to talk of his local government, which was the largest loss by the present administration in the 2020 election. So he has little or no legacy. The legacy he has may be an infamous one. Everybody in Edo State knows that he's the grandfather of most thugs in the state. Everybody knows that. And his serial thuggery, I've just told you, even right from when he was majority leader, is still a case in the Court of Appeal. So I want us to see, in terms of his impact on the process.
Let's not go to name calling. Let's just stick to the facts and just talk about exactly what has been asked. Let's not call names, please.
No. I just wanted to start from where the question seems to. On the other hand, what he is doing, or I think what he's attempting to do, is to distract from the upward mobility of the Edo people, as it is now. He is one leg here, one leg there. He's been crying wolf for more than a year, since last year, even 6 months or 7 months before even the impeachment process started. In terms of leaking public secrets, all of us know that he did it on public television. He did it on Arise, and he did it on channels, and I think AIT. So, and again, the Nigerian Constitution, the Constitution as it specifies, as is specific to impeachment, states clearly that gross misconduct is only as defined by the State House of Assembly. The State House of Assembly in section in chapter 6, section 166 has said it clearly, and section 188 of the Nigerian Constitution, that the gross misconduct will be as defined by the State House of Assembly. And he should even ask himself, with the State House of Assembly as duly constituted, every member that was present voted to impeach Mr. Philip Shaibu across party lines, both APC and PDP and Labour in the state. Only one person abstained. He did not even vote against the motion. He just abstained. So when you look at it, you begin to wonder what his import is. But I can tell you clearly, the Edo people in this election that he is trying to derail, we are steadfast. I am the Deputy Director General of Aswe Ighodalo's campaign, and we know where we are. Our eyes is on the ball. We will not be distracted by the serial brigandage of some persons who were once upon a time a deputy governor of Edo State.
Okay, well, let's
and
talk
he should
about
sit
that
and go and face the implications. Hello, ma'am.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the campaign, because, of course, we've seen Philip Shaibu pledging his allegiance to the APC. Over the past few days, I believe over the past couple of weeks, we've seen a number of defections to the APC as well. It seems Monday Okpebolo is also gaining ground, gaining some momentum. Tell me what you think the impact of not having Philip Shaibu on your campaign team would be.
Those orchestrated photoshopped defections come to Benin. Your cameraman is here in Benin, and he will tell you that he can't even see. I'm sure he won't see one person in Edo State wearing an APC cap. So we don't even want to talk about it. Then in terms of Philip Shaibu's importance, it's as important as toilet paper, because he is of no electoral value. Prior to now, he backed on the back of Mr. Oshomole, and then after that, on the sitting governor. The sitting governor, in my own opinion, is the most magnanimous governor in Nigeria. I can ask you, and I can tell you that outside of Lagos State, maybe because you live in Lagos, you know the Deputy Governor Hamzat, you may not know any other Deputy Governor's name in the Southwest. Neither do you know anywhere nobody in Edo State knows the deputy governors of all the states surrounding us, except Shilifisha, because Governor Obaseki, as a man who follows the tenets and the rules, gave him the room to ebb. So he is a serial man who buys fingers that feed him. Today he's with Oshomole, but on your television, he sat and called Oshomole a madman, a man who he thinks should face psychiatric re-examination. So this is a man who has a serial history of biting. Let me tell you what Oshomole told me personally, and I dare him to say that if the fight I have with Godwin Obaseki, if Godwin is the gun, Philip Shaibu is the trigger and the bullet in that gun. So we should understand that this is someone who only makes points out of how will I put it? Out of chaos. He is he's almost Mephistophelian, a Mephistophelian apostle of chaos.
Okay, so you're saying
And
the election
today,
is a done deal.
when he's
so,
settled,
Dr. Obaseki, you're
it's a
saying if
done
the
deal.
election were to happen today...
Madam, no, okay, let us take this. I was reading the Vanguard a few days ago, and I saw a polling that was done where they said if the elections were done today, the APC will not get 25%. The one that was published again a couple of days ago by Business Day, these are reputable national papers, said PDP and Aswa Ighodalo will coast on with 68% of the votes as presently constituted if the election is held today. So we only hear on how will I put it, social media and stuff to do with serialized propaganda because they can't campaign on ground. As we so speak, Arise is still to interview Mr. Monday Okpebholo.
Okay, but Dr.
APC
Obaseki,
has the most
if I may,
perpetually unelectable candidate.
If I may just butt in at
Yes.
this moment, because some of the allegations are that, well,
Yes.
you know, you referred to some of these publications and so forth, and some of the allegations are that, well, yes, these represent the elites, and one of the consistent criticisms against your candidate has been that he's not a man of the ground, on the people, in touch with the grassroots. So yes, the polls may say one thing, but on the ground and the grassroots, is it translating?
Madam, who is a grassroots in Edo State? I live in Benin. I don't live in Lagos. Okpebholo lives in Jos. He doesn't live in Benin. Okpebholo. And Oshomole once told us that his entire governance matrix in 8 years was as a result of the economic advisory of Aswa Ighodalo. Same thing with Godwin Obaseki. Aswa is on ground. And if you come to Benin, when you say grassroots, you are talking about Okada men, Keke na Pep drivers. Ask your cameraman, he dey here, not be waiting to talk for social media. If you go outside on every street in Benin, you will not see APC. We are the serial haters of the APC. And APC, I don't know, madam, no vex. If APC has a candidate that is even showcaseable, because he's not showcaseable, he's perpetually unelectable. He does not even know his dates of birth.
Dr. Obaseki.
And not stopping there as we so speak.
Dr. Obaseki,
as we
we're
so
threading
speak,
a very thin
their
line
candidate
here.
is the only candidate that thinks that museum is the abode for animals instead of a zoo.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. This message is for my Edo people. God has blessed us with so many good things. But in this upcoming election, we need someone that is given the grace by God to lead us to the right place. Someone with wisdom, knowledge and understanding. Someone that's educated, have been abroad, that have massive experience in leading people in our respective areas. Not someone that just have a political affiliation. You have money to bribe people, give them palliative, a bag of rice, 5,000 naira, give them cap. No! We need someone that would lead us to the promised land. Someone that will develop our educational system, that will fix our road, that will put water in our houses, that will develop our universities, that will bring factory to us. This is what we need, my brother and sister. How long can we be lingering around? This is the time to choose the right person that have the right wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We know God have chosen the one for us. God shall bring it. We know who it is, but it shall come to pass. Uncle Charlie has spoken.
The Honorable Minister, His Excellency, sir.
APC. We are APC. Restore our educational system back. To restore the security system back. To restore our infrastructure back. Edo Jaga. Yahoo people. Edo before this governor coming to office, what are we owing? They are Yahoo people. Mantras, because our profile is rising. Every day, they want to use the sound of a gun to silence us. Is it going to be possible? Because we are bringing practical governance into this state. Our money, our business are taken away from this state. So we all agree that we need a new Edo. Edo that will be a truly state of our dream.
That was Monday Okpewolo of the APC. Now listen to Dr. Aswe Ighodalo of the PDP.
I see a picture where Edo State will pull up the rest of Nigeria if Edo State realizes its full potential. And because of the work and the labors of our heroes past in Edo State, we have laid a foundation. Now is take-off time. If we don't have somebody that sees how we can take off, we will stay where we are. There's gold in Edo State. There's lithium. There's no kind of resource we don't have. Those resources are things we humans will use for our betterment. The path I see for Edo State is very clear.
Come September 21st, we'll be going for pool. I just wanted to come here just to say, because my father in the Lord, they have spoken, and what I heard of them, they have prayed. My own was to just come here to tell you, vote for Akwakobiza. I am promising the church that the church will have a representation in my government.
I came in very early, about 9:30, hoping that we will start by 10. But it didn't start until about 11:30. This was okay. The message was a very brilliant one. But as we are sitting here now, since 9:30, this is all I got. Monday Okpebo, I don't know whether he will talk. I didn't hear him. And that is the problem some of us are having. We are in a digital war. So we cannot be dealing with photographs. You see, he needs to talk to us. We need to hear him. He needs to come out live. Look at the PDP leader, candidate. They are all talking, they are all dancing, they are all living. But they are showing hard copy of him. So how do you market a hard copy in a digital world?
When are you going to bring Dr. Aswe Ighodalo to this seat on Arise to talk to us? We want to feel him and talk to him. When is he going to come here?
So far, I hear you've been looking for me.
I didn't see you now.
I just heard from. I just heard a grapevine that you're looking for me.
For Monday Okpebo himself, I'm not sure whether it's media shy. I don't know what to call it, with all the greatest sense of respect. But we haven't seen him say anything that we can hold on to as to how he's going to be able to turn around the fortunes of Edo State. What exactly is going on with the candidate of the party for his inability to engage? And let's see what he has on offer. You're not the one on the ballot. It's Monday Okpebo who is on the ballot. Maybe you can help us extend invitation to him that want to have a chat with him.
I will pay all expense, charter a private jet to bring him to Arise from Benin.
All right.
I, Principal, will pay. Let him come and speak to those people, Nigerians, via your station.
The MTN number you are trying to call is currently switched off.
One message for Your Excellency. I'm trying to learn the music now. It is Afako Ministero where so
electoral melody for Aswe Fiji.
Melody.
The political Ramato from a consequential designate
Jesus
has already agreed that Aswe is their reciprocal. That we give them a phone there to drink.
Give me a phone there.
95% of the people of Edo State have started perpetuating the enthusiastic concordance.
Concordance in
to vote for Aswe Ighodalo. Because he's not only going to become their governor, but their political Vavakome that will give them a bilateral Mekoko.
I don't laugh for you.
degraded anarchy could be volatile. But the medical equation has created a conducive atmosphere from a basic survival, from a political trafficking, from a kutamuta epito, from a political humuta, from a paragari nekotosi, to give us a grandomedical vagomica dangoto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister, His Excellency, sir. APC.
You're intimidating.
All right, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much for your time with us. Voila, you're for everywhere. All right, guys. Let's get serious. Sometimes that's what we'll be for a year, you know. Voila. Edo State election, they go year word. Anyway, any APC supporters listening to me now, they say your candidate not know a date of birth. You know, they say he knows how to speak English, he knows how to speak a language, he can't communicate, he's not coherent, he's what is happening? So if you belong to APC people, come and talk to us. Come here and defend your candidate. They cannot just be beating your candidate like this, and you are folding your hands like this. This is unfair. It's unfair. The beating where they beat hand is too much. You come here and speak for your candidate. Wow. My question now to the APC candidate is that how it become a senator? Now my question will be that, but I love this. But meanwhile, let me acknowledge the people right here with us. Mother of all mommy diaspora, good evening to you, mommy. Thank you very much for all you do. I appreciate you always. Thank you so much, Abu Azi. Thank you, sir. Good evening to you. Thanks for all you do. CXA, I can see you, man. Patricia Tagbujumi. Thank you very much for all you do. Bamosa, Amorige Peter. Thank you very much. Riomi Abdul, I can see you. Thank you very much, my people. Bishop Alade, I can see right there. Thank you. Good evening to you. Then I have Agio Deborah right there with us as well. Good evening to you. Thank you very much, my people. Patience Ariwoola is right there. Thank you, Vito Smart, and many others right there. I've showcased so many people already. Jude, I can see you right there as well. John, Alisigwe, thank you very much for the super chat already. I really do appreciate this. My pocket never run dry. Guys, do your part. Press on the like button, help us to share. Let our voices go far tonight. I want everybody to understand, even though I've mentioned it before on this platform, but I need to expatiate on this. Any video that I play from Olumide Akpata are copyrighted, and I'm feeling the pains. I don't mind, because I don't want you guys to think that I'm biased. I play some videos, but I'm not playing Olumide Akpata's video. I've complained to Olumide directly, and they're not doing anything about it. But I want you guys to know that whatever I earn here, because of the copyright, is affecting my earnings every day. So it now looks like for the past 4 or 5 days now, I'm playing Olumide Akpata's video here. It's a zero earning for me because it's copyrighted. The one I just play right now is also copyrighted. If I stop playing it, I know some of you that is listening to me right now will accuse me that I'm being biased because you don't understand how media is being run. I want to let you guys know that it's not about me now. It's not all about me right now. But let me shock you guys. A lot of other medias are already complaining about this. And guess what? For those of you that spend much time on social media, many medias don't play Olumide Akpata anymore, most especially on YouTube and maybe other places. But Twitter doesn't have restriction. Most especially on YouTube, they don't play it at all. I'm still the only one that is doing this because I want to carry everybody along. People that is copywriting Olumide Akpata's video, I don't know what you are looking for. You are not helping him, rather than you are sending social media platforms away from playing these videos. Every of his video, the one I just play right now, I'm also copyrighted. The one yesterday, day before yesterday, day after day before yesterday. In fact, for the past 1 week, all of them. You know, I've complained to my mom, I've complained to so many of you here and all that, but I just still want to continue. because I know that you guys will definitely accuse me. Oh, you play Aswen video, you play Akpakomiza video, you don't come play Olumide. But I want you guys to know this is the pains we are facing by doing this. It's wrong. I complained during the time of Peter Obi, although Peter Obi's a lot of Dingo's videos were not all, but some of them were also copyrighted. And I complained during that time. And these people, they are used to doing it during the time of election, because they already know that people will circulate the video, people will share it and all that. So wherever you make or anywhere you play it, wherever you make, goes to them. It is so satanic, it's selfish, it's disheartening. Yes, big as Nigeria Watch platform, if I refuse to play Olumide's video here, I think that will hinder him one way or the other. And that's when he's taking the lead now in terms of promotion. Yeah, he is. Some of you might not like that. That's just the truth right now. In terms of promotion, I said, though, man, not go change them. In terms of video promotion, social media promotion, that's when he's taking the lead. But do you know why? You can see, you are not blind. I'm not blind. None of us is blind. You can see that yourself, that's when he's taking the lead in terms of promotion. My wonderful panelists are doing marvelously well here, and every other platform, verbally promotion. Yeah, you're doing well. But what about all these videos are very, very important. Videos where Olumide is spending his time meeting people in various communities, various local governments, various villages and all that. Yes, it's supposed to be showcased. Why are they copyrighted it? It is so selfish for me. Yes. That's why we shouldn't be quick to judge people when people don't do some certain things. If it's good you ask question. Just imagine I stop promoting this video, you know, many people don't start to storm me for here. Play this video, play all of them is copyrighted, all of them, not even single one. All those little sound you are hearing on the background, all is copyrighted. All those Olumide, who's your guy, that one is 100% copyrighted. That music they sang for Olumide is copyrighted. Why are they doing this? And that music supposed to go far. So I just thought I should bring this to your attention in case you don't see so many people they promote them for places like YouTube and every other copyrighted platform. Then you know that yes. Not be their fault, not blame them. Don't be too quick to blame them. Now only here will they accept anything. People will come here, come bully us, come talk to us, come attack us, come do everything. Will your rub face just move on like that? All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. According to Don Pedro Obaseki, Don Pedro Obaseki is one of the people that I respect so much. He's my pa. Apart from on air and off air, we have a very, very close relationship. You know, not from me. He have a very close relationship with my father. From there, he took us as his younger ones and all that. Yes. So when I mean we have close relationship, is like an elderly brother to me. But I will disagree with him today. He mentioned that there's a pending case for the former deputy governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, where Philip Shaibu attempted buying somebody, attempted creative, different kind of things and all that. You heard him, right? And said these cases are still pending. Guess what? For almost 8 years, where Philip Shaibu was the deputy governor of his own brother, Governor Obaseki, Don Pedro, sir, with all due respect, you don't come out, can't tell us, say, this deputy governor where they work, follow my brother, so he get criminal case, so he get by case, so he get this case, so you didn't say anything. Now, it's not working for you anymore. It's the best time to reveal. You see, let's come back to what I normally say on this platform. This is one of the things that we talk about all the time. You know, oh, thank you very much, Gedo. Okay, people, if they post it on TikTok, it get copyrighted as well. Okay, yes, I didn't know about that. Yes, so let me. The people have to do something about that. But let me continue with this. This is one of the things I talk about all the time on this platform. When it's favoring you, you stay mute. When that favor don't come off for your hand, then you start talking. No, we cannot have better Nigeria like that. No, it is wrong. It's just like we caught Tinubu here. The day we go out just 1% of question for Peter Obi. So as everybody they call in. Making a leave Peter Obi alone. Making a not measure. Why we not go measure Peter Obi? Peter Obi is our leader. He's the only hope after God that we have right now in Nigeria. You cannot call your leader. You cannot do this. Look, okay, wait till Don Pedro Obaseki do now. Everybody where they support PDP now not go say anything wrong with them. This is the biasness that is eating all of us up right now in Nigeria. They're not going to say anything wrong. Now, that's where we want. That's where we want. That's where... Yes, you want us when not me say no. You see truth, make no talk. Wait till they say Filichaibo. I'm not a fan of Filichaibo. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying things how it's supposed to be. All these allegations now we are hearing for the first time. How come Don Pedro not talking in the past when Filichaibo was working with his brother, the executive governor of Edo State? I thought I should bring you there. But meanwhile, today, Oshomole is destroying Obaseki and Aswa Igodaro. Right? The same Oshomole have praised Obaseki in the past. And he actually sold Obaseki to us. That Obaseki is the best, is this. Listen to this video.
I declare as follows before God. Godwin has worked for the people of Edo State, using his network of friends, using his brain, using his creativity, quietly, not making noise, not appearing in newspaper or radio. By the special grace of God who reads the heart, he has been part of the tradition. He knows the vision. He knows the mission. He knows the target. He knows where we are. He knows the challenges, and he knows how to overcome them. To deliver all that he has promised, he will do.
We must increase the remuneration all round, minimum wage through the state, and definitely increase the remuneration of our civil servants. A guy that superintends over billion dollar projects, you pay him 200,000 naira a month, it doesn't make sense. You are inviting the person to be corrupt. So we need to devise a way outside the structure where our civil servants, at least their take-home pay takes them.
Okay, now you can see now that the PDP people are now using that speech against who are they using it against now? I think APC. Yes, against APC and Oshomole. The same Oshomole that sold the Pastor Sage Ezeyamu to us. The same Oshomole destroyed Sage Ezeyamu that is a cultist. Since the same Oshomole that sold Obaseki to us, he came back to destroy Obaseki. That Obaseki is Ogbomayese. Then he's promoting us. He's promoting Okpewolo right now. Tomorrow, Oshomole will beat Okpewolo as well. You see, the reason why I showcase that video, when this thing is working for them, it's affecting us, normal people like us. It's affecting us as well. Many of us are biased. When it's favoring you, put a smile on your face, everything is okay. But the day that smile stop, then you start complaining. You see, your past speech is what people are using against you now. Then let's talk about the other satanic old man in Dallas, in America, who traveled all the way to Nigeria for $5,000. He go Nigeria, they put him for hotel. Later, we come here, they say they don't pay hotel money again. They come discharge him, he go back to America. They pay him $5,000 and all that. Allegedly, though. I don't have 100% fat on that. But yeah, but I have 100% fat, say they push one. Say they don't pay hotel money for him again. But they can't give him hope, say, if election one start, they go invite and come. But currently now, according to yesterday information that got to me, that the man is already complaining that he's supposed to be in Benin already, they not provide ticket money for him. Now, this man could not even get himself ticket to go to Benin and support the person that is supporting. He's waiting for the person, or everybody knows he's supporting Aswa Igodaro. He's waiting for Aswa Igodaro to buy him ticket. After they talk, he's in America right now. He not see money to buy ticket, go Nigeria. Then he also asked the same yesterday that if he want to come Nigeria, may they give her his security, may they give her healers that full with security and all that, By the way, who is this man? Man that is living in one bedroom flat with 7 children or so, I don't know, in America, allegedly. Now they complain, so say me they give us. Who are you? What importance do you control in those political space? rather than you are there destroying people, insulting people, and all that. But meanwhile, after election, I don't want to reveal this secret, but I go see what will happen. You know, when the people you have destroyed before laugh with you, you say life don't finish. No worry. They need you because they know say that your useless voice will help them. Because if they collect money for them, they can't come to me now, for example, that we don't pay money for you, can't do this thing. No, they look great. Yes, you look great before you want to do something, right? But meanwhile, the same people that is fighting against Aswan Igodaro, don't go dig video comment. Where this man tell lambast on Obaseki. We take say Obaseki na gay, Obaseki na that, Obaseki na this. I can say, why this thing they circulate everywhere for social media like this? What did they solve? Yeah? Why they go do this kind of thing? And I say, okay. Meanwhile, let me play this video for now. Make una hear what did this man talk. For this man to swallow, because all of them they swallow their this thing, so all of them they swallow it, they don't talk, so they they turn around, they jump from one party to another and all that. It's baffling, it's surprising, it's really so satanic to see say people are doing this. That means you are not actually there fighting for the people. You are fighting for your stomach strength. Like yesterday as well. You know, they said this man mentioned, Obaseki, that's when they must change his life. If they not change his life, now after election, they go know who he be. You know, I saw that platform where they shared this video I want to play right now. They were saying it and all that. I was listening from the background. How long are we going to continue like this? But meanwhile, I'd like you guys to listen to this.
Governor Obaseki is stealing Edo people money. They said, hey, it's a lie. It's not true. Okay? Want everyone that is going to watch me today, put our enemy to shame. Godwin Obaseki. Godwin Obaseki. Godwin Obaseki. How many times did I call you? Stop playing poker game with Edo State lives. And stop playing blackjack with Edo State Treasury. Governor Obaseki, desist and cease from all this political poker game you are playing with Edo people. Edo people are smarter than this. You are not the most smartest man in Edo State. You are just the most smartest criminal, most smartest terrorist, smartest political gang, smartest political cartel. Obaseki, Awawa, Ikobo, Ove Donuri Low. Obaseki is a gay that is killing gay. It's a gay that is jailing gay. It's a gay that is killing gay. It's a gay that is jailing gay. It's a gay that is killing gay. It's a gay that is jailing gay. Obaseki, nobody can do him anything. He has no child. He has no house girl. He has no house boy. He has nothing. By choice.
Okay, I will use speech to talk this thing because what is this satanic person talk for here? It's just too much. People like this, I don't understand how he get mind. Still go stay for inside this circle. OP say these people like him. You call the city governor. She said not gay. Then you can't laugh him, say he's a childless man. How on earth with anybody, laugh anybody, say you not get picking? Tell me. How? If you get friend, my people, will they listen to me so? And you they hear where your own friend, they laugh another person, say not get picking. You supposed stop moving with that friend immediately. I'm telling you. You not supposed to do until you fail before you know, say this friend not supposed to be my friend. It long ago. I can't play all because it's too much. This man does almost 2 years. Take call Obaseki. He said Obaseki go your day inside office. They go your raise his leg. They go the hammer for inside office, man to man. If you hear this video, if I plan here now, it will sound so offensive to me. For almost 2 years. For those of you that have been following me for a while now, I've been on social media. I've been doing my media career now for more than 10 years. I will not ever hear me say I did talk, forget myself for you. The highest I use on our politicians is satanic. And if I go to Arise to those channels, I will use it there as well. Others are not copying me. Abuna never noticed say other politicians are not copying us. using it on Arise on channels. That's the highest I can use here. I have to listen to myself when I'm talking. In fact, I was not even brought up like that. No, I wasn't. And this person have the mind to collect $5,000. He go Nigeria, the capital for hotel. He don't even know whether if they sleep or come put that hotel, tie his neck, carry go. He have the mind. Now, tell me now, all the person if I call this name now, what changed? No, what changed now? I'd like us to move on. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. The reason why I have to bring all this, I have to start with Don Pedro Obaseki, talk about many people who they sing go left, later they'll call they sing go right. And they'll give you a very significant reason why they sing go right. Then later they'll come start to sing go left again. They'll still give you another significant reason. Say, no, you don't understand why I did it. I don't get it. I don't. And some people, in case you don't know, people don't tell me 7, 8 years ago or 6 years ago, say, oh, this Nigeria was now fake person. We go sue Siam, you know, go to take. Those people wait, talk, and they don't wait, tired. They can't even come up for the platform self. Because the mission where they take come, they wait, they don't see them. They don't have no choice. That satanic coven can't drive them come out. You will wait till eternity. I don't have anything to hide. I will say things how it is here. I will offend you. Tomorrow I'll apologize. But I will say it how it is. I'm not better than anybody, and nobody's better than me. But all I'm begging is that let us say things how it is. If really we want to have a better Nigeria. We cannot continue to be deceiving ourselves. Everybody's fighting for their pocket or whatever. Of course, I'm running my YouTube here. If I'm any money I make here, somebody don't already super chat me since. This is my money. Nobody can call me tomorrow while they bet say, how far now, Mr. Elvis, that money, please, what did you use it for? Nobody. So, why will anybody collect money from politicians? Then you go to your audience and start lying to them. How you all come here now? Why I know say I even have more intelligent people here more than me. I'll start telling them, say, give us a mandate, actually, Mr. Jonathan, actually, tell the other one, I'll stop blabbing. I'll start blabbing. We can't continue like this. We can't. Fear this man won't fit dead. Now me buy ticket, go Nigeria by himself. They say they not buy for him. An election is just 3 weeks from now. He not fit. Maybe I see they listen to me now, go sell one of his car now, take buy ticket, go Nigeria, or some of his shoes or something. I don't know. It cannot even dare. Because these are people that have stepped on so many people's toes, insulting people. You know, no name where this man don't call Tony Kabaka. He don't call Tony Kabaka every names for this world. In fact, Tony Kabaka cannot travel to America again, probably forever. This man called FBI on a live stream. On a live stream, my people. He called FBI. He gave every single details of Tony Kabaka to FBI. Till today, that man cannot go to America again. It's not a joke. You know, I know I know they talk with you. We don't know yet. If anybody doubts, I'll come and play the video here. I don't like playing his voice on my platform. He's disgraceful. He's disgusting. He's a satanic elderly man. He's a disgraceful, shameless elderly man who believes in his stomach and is fighting for the Edo people to make mistake. But meanwhile, some of the satanic people that is following us on this platform now see him at this particular moment as a Messiah. Although, maybe I don't need to call you satanic. Maybe you are just happy that you guys are using him. Let me take that back. Maybe because I will call you satanic maybe after the election. If maybe you are applauding is a continuous thing. Because yes, well, we see all of now. We see all of now. All of now where they jump from one platform to another, we all of now from distance. But for now, let us use so now they use them as slave. But may election finish. Now they will go know who really be satanic amongst all of you all. We can't continue like this. I want you all to be calling out any person or persons in Nigeria that is supporting the people that is impoverishing us. Be calling them out. Call them out. Whatever that happens, call them out. We can't continue like this. It's not working. To be honest, it's not working. Look at the suffering right now in Nigeria. They will still have people that is saying that, Obaseki must change my life. Oh, you must change my life after election. If you don't change my life, now so you go come out. Now so you go use the platform. And so at this moment, what about the people that is currently suffering back home? Do you even have a heart? It's very sad. We can't continue like this, my people. I thought I should continue to do my part on this platform. Nobody should think I'm a perfect person. I've never told you I'm one, and I'm not one. But at least we all are human beings. We know what is right and what is wrong. If we mistakenly do what is wrong sometimes, yeah, we can know that that is not your hobby. It's not deliberate. It's just that makes you a human. That makes you a human. Joe, you're on the backstage. Please let me see your camera before I can bring you in. And this is the last time I'll remind you of that. I believe you've been here before. If you come in next time, just do that by yourself, sir. Thank you very much. I can see you already. You can turn it off. All right, guys, let me take on this article. It may not be like I stay here for the whole day because I'm very, very upset. But let's move on. Some people might think, don't apply emotion. Don't apply emotion. People are losing their lives every day because of your mute or because of your choice of associate. Don't apply emotions. If you don't apply emotions to people who lose life, what do you want to apply? Nigeria whistleblower Pidomem Nigeria goes missing, reportedly detained by police and granted stringent 500 million naira bail. Yes, it's crazy. As I report that one. And only headline one take. I don't spend so much time talking here. I'd like us to just move on. Well, no worry. After election, we'll reduce our presentation. Don't worry. Very disappointing. Worst CJN ever. HURIWA slams retiring Justice Ariwoola. Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, has slammed the retiring Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Oluka-Ede Ariwoola, saying there is nothing the ordinary Nigerian will celebrate during his tenure as CJN. If you believe this man is the worst ever, put on a comment section, and I saw the talk I'm there. So I say, my carry and my can't give you now. But meanwhile, now remember that NSAS that year now. All those NSAS people with this arrest that time, and now they can't release them. Breaking. So it's coming for Politics Nigeria. NSAS protesters released from Kirikiri prison after 3 years and 10 months. See them. See their beautiful face. These are the heroes. These are the heroes. They spent 3 and 3, almost 4 years for jail just by protesting for a better Nigeria. That was their crime. Finally, they're out. I don't know if all of them is out, but this is what we can see. But meanwhile, I would like to tally this article with the previous one that I read because Sowore is personally taking on this. Sowore calls for swift release of Pidomem Nigerian whistleblower allegedly held by police. I don't want to take it. Don't worry. I don't really have the time, but still, if you want to take more, just go to Sir Reporter and take that yourself. Meanwhile, Wike.talk say Ex-CJN Ariwoola man of integrity. And I saw you talk. I'm saying for that, right? I'll take it off now because I have a lot to quickly do so that we can start talking. Mr. Alex, I can see you already. Thank you. Okay, let me bring this to your screen. Then EFCC again, just in EFCC declares Yaya Bello a fugitive, orders arrest on site. Again, you know why I say again? Because this is the second time that they declare unwanted or whatever, second time. And so we see more Politics Nigeria still report that one, so what do I know? That's all I have for you guys today. No, that's not all. I still have two more to quickly tally with this. Let me take it from here. Sorry. Now, breaking. Kudirat Kekere-Ekun blocked from US for judicial corruption emerges Chief Justice of Nigeria. Meanwhile, we'll take it better from here from Jackson Ode. Jackson Ode said, reminder, newly sworn in Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun was banned from the US in 2023 over our activities during the 2023 general elections. Although born in the UK, Kekere-Ekun is one of the high-profile judicial officials in Nigeria who were considered a threat to democracy in Nigeria, and a visa ban placed on her. Kekere-Ekun has now been sworn in to take over the notoriously corrupt Justice Kayode Ariwoola, who has retired as the country's CJ. That's coming from Jackson Ode. So I thought I should bring it here. That's all I have for you guys. Thank you. God bless you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Press on the like button. Help us to share. Let our voices go far. I'd like us to take it from here. Also press on the dollar sign. Encourage our work, my people. My God, now God bless you now. Appreciate every one of you right there. Always encourage our work here. Beauty Lady, thank you very much for joining our membership program. Now God bless you. I'm very, very grateful for that. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see the first call that we are taking right now. Please, you only have 10 seconds, so I'll move straight to the panel. You know, sometimes waiting for our callers, they will call, one go call. Now, let me people they talk. I can't notice now, say callers, they call in. Okay, we're not getting any call right now. I'll come back to you guys. Let me go to the panel. Thank you very much, my brother Olumide Akiwumi. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate you, my brother. My God, now God bless you. You said, Elvis, the judiciary is the gatekeeper for the rule of law and civility in any advanced society. Any surprise Nigeria, I know we talk as we talk, and then I drop another one where judiciary is in fact, Olumide, how many times I called you? Hey, Olumide, your body don't see the start of the hot again. How my brother body the hot. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wale. Thanks for calling in. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Good afternoon to everybody. Mr. Ivins, I
Yes,
just want to show you to remind you about something. If you look at what happened in Kogi State in Supreme Court, now look at the people we are fighting for and look at what they are doing.
Okay.
Just look at what the Supreme Court. Look at what they are doing. All these people Kogi supporting this guy. So that's why I say that does it really worth it fighting for Nigeria?
Yeah, it worth it now, but we cannot leave it the way it is now. Even me myself that is here every day, you think is what I like?
I know, I understand. In fact, you'll be doing the best. In fact, among all the platforms, you are the best. If you see the truth, you take them, you talk them. Whether you support that person or you don't support them, you go talk, Oga, you are wrong. Oga, you are right. That's the best. That's why I love you more than this one man. Maybe whether you go collect money or not, nobody knows.
I beg, forget these people. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. God bless you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Listen, guys, some of you that is contemplating giving up on Nigeria, please, you don't have to, man. You know, you don't have to. If everybody doing like that, I don't know, shall just say the truth. You don't need to fight anybody, but come out to say the truth. If everybody give up. You know how many times I don't say I want to give up? If I hear one or two voices, most especially from my mom and some of you here, you know, say no, don't do that. I'll just say, okay, no problem. Or you think I've not used my platform do another thing. You get so many things if you use your platform do you the cash out properly. But at the end of the day, must we always prioritize money? So life shouldn't be like that. I beg, don't give up anywhere you do. You know if you're supposed to come here, any platform where you do where they talk about the betterment of Nigeria, continue. I beg. God bless you. Mandarita, you are calling. Oh, we lost her. Mandarita, you were calling in. I've been a flash. You the flash WhatsApp. Mandarita. Mandarita, you the flash WhatsApp. Mandarita. Good evening to you, Mandarita. I say you the flash WhatsApp. Your credit don't finish for WhatsApp.
Good afternoon.
Good evening to you, ma. Thank you.
My lovely mommy, I see you, Mama. Okay, I just want to respond to the video you played about the young man. Well, it's not a young man. I don't know his page, name of his page, but he was talking about the reasons why we failed. Why Peter Obi
Refresh Nigeria. Refresh Nigeria.
Oh, Refresh Nigeria. Okay, I need to follow that guy. Irrespective of everything he said was true, even with the role that Aisha, Yusufu played. I would kind of even juxtapose it with what you were talking about the handlers of Olumide Akpata's media, putting restrictions, and so it's not working because I think many people are forgetting this is the social media age, and when you're doing an election, you need to have everything opened. You cannot restrict, and I think somebody got it mixed there in Olumide Akpata's media team, and so if they're listening to us, they need to unlock whatever it is that they lock. Now, going back to what that man was talking about and why we lost the election from Obi, I listened to his statistics, and everything he said was okay. But however, there's a demon beneath that. And what is that demon? We do not have independent institutions. So even if he thinks that we took the ECHA form to the courts, because we don't have independent institutions from the security to the judiciary, we are still at a stall. That is the fact. So the only way is for people to get to the streets. It is even if we follow due process, even if we had Labour Party representatives at the polling unit, these demons that have taken over every institution in Nigeria, they will become a hindrance for every step of the way. If you follow due process in Nigeria now, we demand for body loan there in Aso Rock. Anything goes by anything. So what is left is the people. The people have to go to the streets. They have to go to these institutions themselves. No movement on the things are done properly. Augusta, Mr. Sorry, I've forgotten his name again.
Refresh.
He needs to throw more light about that.
Refresh Nigeria.
And to make people talk about changing the electoral laws. Those are the things to talk about because what he's saying is in the clouds. It's not coming down. There's no gravity in what he's saying. I just want to say that, but he needs to get more information from other people. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, my lovely sister. I can see your voice. You never recover finish. Oh. Kai.
I have recovered, Mr. Elvis. So I've recovered. My mouth and my brain is still sharp.
Okay.
I will still come back to the show. I'm just taking my time.
All right. Thank you. Okay, guys. I'd like us to move on. Yes. I forgot to actually address that Aisha this day. I don't say. Although some of my people here, we had a meeting. I referenced to a similar thing that time. Normally, the only thing I go talk, we say, how only you go home money, say you want to pay all poly units. They say, may you bring a made a distribution, now only you want to pay. How you take do? You supposed to explain to everybody, say, how you take follow all, how many poly units we get for Nigeria? Somebody need to help us. I bet you cannot really remember all those, how many poly units. How you take go pay everybody? Refresh Nigeria now, don't open eye. Some of them now, they cause that refresh Nigeria now. So if I talk as say, the way they go talk now. What?
744 local governments, I guess.
744. Only your carry follow all of them. They say what they go. Okboku. So I don't know what you Okboku. Me wanna go find out.
774, sir. In the whole country.
Now,
exactly, 774. Only him, only her. You see, when they touch now, now they talk go that area. Now they say now Tinubu people now share. Now they say give Bolila for this. They say, they are corrupt, criminal. But when they reach our you see how everybody go the dodge them. Margarita, like God go bless you. What you just demonstrated from the beginning of this broadcast already show that yes, you are not a biased woman, Yes, but they talk this thing now. I talk at that time, and this is one of the people they were fighting my platform that time, but I don't really go there. You said, well, who's talking?
Sorry, I have a question. Is it that she paid? Is it that she paid them or what happened? What happened to Aisha? I didn't get it properly.
Oh, you don't watch the video we'll play earlier on.
I didn't watch some of the videos. I only watched a handful.
Oh, okay. I think that video I need to replay it later on then, because that guy revealed a lot of things. That there are money allocated to be paid to all the poly units across the whole Nigeria and all that. You know, that Aisha kept it to herself, and she said she'll be paying it by herself, that she's going to do it single-handedly. So the question I'd refresh Nigeria is asking, how is that even possible on earth? So only Aisha follow the whole as we're talking to us now, 774 local government and all that. You know how much that one go be. You know, so first they talk about the total money spent at that time, you know, and all that. So for me, I know when people they talk side they step on people's toes or all that. I don't step on anybody's toes. Unless you step on my toes, I'll deal with you. Yes, I know they had my anybody step my toe, I'll deal with you. Now social media, one more will deal with each other, I'll deal with. In fact, I'll pursue you come on for social media. Yes, we have the capacity, we have the power, we have all this, but I don't like to deal on my lane. You know, but some of these people are also the people, you know, if we want to really go there, you know, some of you now don't ever ask say why Peter will be not come Naija watch till tomorrow. Now don't ever ask on yourself. Have you ever asked yourself? I don't really want to go there, but I'm waiting for the right time. Because you guys, some of you on this platform are so special to me. Some of you are too special. Some of you don't tell me, say no need, don't go there. A lot of people were fighting me during the time of 2023 general election. They were fighting me back because I was the only standout platform that was 24/7 on air. They were fighting me. But still, I'll reserve a lot because there's a lot to talk about in the future. We are waiting for that right time. You know, thank God, I refresh Nigeria. I talk this one. If not me now, the people from the office say, "Oh, this guy." So when it comes from people like you, I don't mind. But from me, people will take it differently. I'll play that part again later on, but let people talk first. Maybe in the second half, I'll play it again. Thank you very much. I'd like us to move on. Let me call on the first person on the panel today. Madam Patricia, thank you very much, ma, for joining us. Good evening to you. Please, I'd like you to talk to us.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Yes.
Happy weekend to every one of our audience today. Good evening, Mommy Diaspora. And of course, the panelists, thank you for all you do. Please click on the like button and also share. Hit on the dollar sign. The laborer is worthy of his wages. Mr. Elvis, thank you so much for being consistent and refusing to give up in this fight, because it's a fight, whether we like it or not. It's a fight. We are fighting for the betterment of our posterity. It's not about us now. It's about the future generation and the generation that is, that is yet unborn. Everyone deserves a good life. Nobody was born to suffer. I don't even think that God is happy about poor people. I don't think so. God is a rich God, and He has provided a lot already, abundant in the earth. The Bible says the earth is filled with the goodness of the Lord. So poverty is man-made, and we cannot condone it. We have to fight it with everything within us. And the way Nigeria is, yes, they've made Nigeria the capital of poverty capital of the world. But we will not leave it. We will not give up. So those people that are saying, calling and saying, they wonder why you are still doing what you are doing. I feel sorry for them, because they don't have love in them, because love never gives up on people. Love never gives up. It never. So love is that flag that makes you, that is when it flies high in your heart. You cannot but to see, things working for others, even despite the pain, despite the deprivation that it will cause to you, you will be ready to stick out your head and get the job done. So I want to thank you, Mr. Elvis. Continue, because really and really, there's not much people out there that is championing this case, Nigeria case. Not many people, not many platforms. I've also lately be looking at other platforms. They are just doing rubbish there. They are not saying anything that is meaningful for the people of Nigeria. They are just there after their own stomach and pockets. That's what they are there for. But we hear you every day in, day out. You are actually displaying and manifesting the pain that is in your heart to see Nigeria work. So God will reward you. God will bless you. The thing that you are doing now, yes, it will continue to excel, become bigger and bigger, more than what your widest dream could have ever been. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. So I want to thank you, Mr. Ellis. Thank you so much. Yes, is it the one that was man you what was it called? I think that's why they use him, because they have a very bad mouth. I think if you listen to all Nigeria, all the people that are fighting for these politicians, you will see that they all have the same kind of spirit. They have insulting words, they have the derogating words, they know how to put people down, they know how to, demarket people, all those kind of things. So it's the style. The style is their style of getting to where they think they want to get to. You see, so it's a very, for me, I don't like such style. I rather I rather elevate people that talk them down. Yeah. So and that's being truthful. You see, because yeah, unless some people feel talked down, we don't like truth. You see that. So I know how many times I've gotten backlash here with people that. They don't like the truth, so they want me to sing the song that they want to hear. They want me to say what they want to hear, but I will not do that, because I'm a person. I have my own opinions, and I should not be I should not be slaughtered because of my opinion. And my opinions are also based with facts. It's not just opinions; they are facts as well. So yeah, so I don't think anybody should be bothering about that, because it's already shown itself not to really have a direction in life. So we'll leave that one. Mr. What's it called? The CJN. Yeah, the CJN is one of the worst ever. Yes, he is. I mean, it wasn't under his watch that we saw how the word and and became another got another interpretation. I beg. And now we have the lady that he appointed, he chose to now take over from him. A lady with such character that is already banned already because of the 2023 election corruption scandal against her. That's the person now that is going to head the judiciary. Yeah, become the CJN of Nigeria. So we are in a very long hole, so let's see what she's going to do. I don't think we can expect anything good from this kind of this groups of people. And we also know that the scandal about him was he also appointed his son, and Wike, of course, Wike will raise praises on him because he made his Wike's wife as well one of the judge. Yes, justice, judge as well. Just yeah, she became one of the federal justice now. Wike's wife as well. She was also called to bar to be a justice now, one of Nigeria justice. So, what are we talking about? It's clear that Supreme Court justice. It's clear that Nigeria is set up, for a very long haul of calamity. But we are here to deliver Nigeria, because we will continue to speak until everybody in Nigeria wake up to their senses, to get to the point where they will say no to these people, because out of this. I can't see any good coming out of this. But yeah, I will leave it here. I'll leave it here. Let somebody else take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Patricia. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for your kind words and thanks for your submission. Okay, I'd like us to move on, guys. We have a full house so that it can get to everybody on time. Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much, sir. You're the second person.
Mr. Najawash, can I come in, sir?
Okay. You need the
Mr. Najawash.
Okay. Mr. Alex, talk to us. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Najawash. I greet everybody. Thank you. The next person, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I really have to do this. Thank you.
Mr. Jonathan,
it's not easy here. I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Joe. That's one guy I respect so much that we don't always agree, but I still respect his opinion. Mr. Joe, it's been a while. How are you? Mr. Najawash, thank you. Mommy Diaspora, thank you. My dear fellow panelists, thank you for all you do. I'm grateful. The last video you played, I really feel embarrassed because I used to support that guy at some level. You know, I don't know why people I supported in the past, they just turn out to be what I would call political go these days. They just gauge on a macabre dance because of financial, suomoto. What is going on in Najawash? Why is everybody becoming something else when it comes to elections? I look at what is being said allegedly about our Aisha Buhari, Aisha Yusuf. That also took me aback. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know. By the grace of God, I'm not perfect, but I see, I do receive money to do things on behalf of people. I've never been found wanting. I make sure I keep that relationship. It could be siblings, could be friends. I mean, what is wrong with us? When it comes to money, people tend to collapse. Integrity just goes off in emotional and corruption, flood. What is going on with us? I receive money in millions, tens of millions to go and do this, supervise this. It's just an example. Sometimes I even spend my own money when their own is not enough, and I write it down. Sometimes they pay me times 2, times 3 when they find out the truth. So what is wrong with us? I just hope Aisha Yusuf comes out to clear her name, because even me, I'm very embarrassed as a fellow activist, as a fellow Nali Matangere. We shouldn't be caught in this web of accusations we are having against these oppressors. Come on, we shouldn't be Plantis Orientalists. We should not be like that. We should be agents of solutions, like Alex Oti is doing, like Peter Obi has done, like Mr. Najawash is doing. Not that we don't have temptations. We are not superhumans. We just choose to maintain that integrity and that relationship, that name. Guys, that really weighed me down. It weighed me down. I really hope it's not true. I'm expecting a video from her to put a disclaimer and explain our side of the story, because we have almost 200,000 polling units across Nigeria, 774 local government councils. How do you want to pay? How did it go around to do that? How did it go around? So I'm just bewildered. I am overgasted and flabbergasted. It's not a story of how the mighty falling yet. Let us wait. Let's hear from the daughter of obedient movement. Let us hear from the street of Askelon. So, and let me just go straight to the CJN. Najawash, like the previous speaker said, we are in a big mess. So the country will have to fix itself using the law of gravity. What goes up must come down. That's all we have to rely on. The law of electrostatism. Things they have to be a reaction, opposite reaction at some point. I don't know how, when, but I think it's going to happen, because it seems to be a deliberate deliberation. It seems to be an intentional intentions from some section of the country that this country will never know anything good. That this country will never have anything good like they have in the Western world. That children will never amount to anything in this country. Now it's not obvious, audible to the deaf, visible to the blind. So I just feel people should know that we are in a big mess, and the CJN for me is a shame to have such a man as a CJN, because this life at that age, nobody is going to leave this world with money. Nobody's living with election results. Nobody's living with a mansion in Dubai. I've never seen anybody buried with a Bentley or a GLK or a GLE or a 150 million naira bulletproof car. Nobody, Mr. CJN, you and your cronies. We've said all we need to say. We just have to rely on the law of justice, natural law of justice, bequeathed by nature, from nature to protect our children. Because we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. There's no light. This is why when people argue that elections are almost useless, I just keep quiet, because it's on their own right. It's on their right. It's a captured state, a fed state with fed mindset, with evil politicians. It's like brother kill brother situation in Nigeria. Even the Rwanda genocide, where citizens were killing fellow citizens, they've recovered. And Rwanda is the fastest growing economy in Africa, arguably. So what is wrong with us in Nigeria? So the CJN saga it's just a sample size of the general population of the problem we have in Nigeria. It's just a shame. The uselessness and the shamelessness of the political class, both at the three arms of government, at the legislature, the Senate and the rep members, at the executive, the ministers and the presidents and their cabinets, and at the judiciary, the CJN, the CJN and all the chief judges and justices in this country. The shamelessness because of marmor, because of plastics and metal we call cars, marmor we call money, decorated papers. They don't read books about the vanity of money. So I just rely on nature to do its thing. That people will have to wake up someday. I don't know how. Don't ask me. It's beginning to defy the law of political logic. It's beginning to defy the law of political predictions. Political hypotheses. So we are just waiting like confused scientists in the lab, seeking solutions or to a cure to a deadly disease. Because Nigeria is worse than a deadly disease just now. And the scientists, some of us in the lab, are a little bit confused. We've applied all the formulas, and there seems to be a delay in these results. So we will resolve to wait on nature to see what happens. It's a shame. We have people that ought to be role models. They just turn the constitution, they make the law only for the rich. As for the those state elections, first of all, let me make a public apology for supporting that guy. I used to support him like I did in the case of Wike. I'm not perfect. The guy that calls himself the mega comrade. I used to like him because of certain things, but I take back my support today and I make a public apology for those support I gave him, and I withdraw them. Yes, I withdraw them. I didn't hide my likeness for him when he came for elections and he cried out he was cheated. I'm a guy that love people to get justice. But looking at what just transpired, how he flew down to be supporting people he has already insulted. In fact, he came up, I have that video too. He called the governor a gay. He made me actually believe the governor is a gay. And I took it up also because I was angry. So my sincere apologies on those issues. My sincere apologies. I'm not somebody who follows somebody blindly. So when I follow you and I watch you, I give you some time. I'm very patient. I can believe that you are drunk. Alcohol is not forever. I can believe you are depressed. People can come out of depression. I can believe you have problems. Every day can't be the same. But when the dirty is too much and it's too Can you hear me? Can somebody just affirm if you can hear me on the positive?
But you are back. You are back now. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Najawash. I just want to say that I withdraw my support for that guy, and it's finished. It's over. I'm this kind of person. When I'm with you, I'm with you. When I'm not with you, I'm not ashamed to say it. Yes, and I'm not ashamed to apologize for my mistakes. I'm a man full of mistakes, and I try to get up from them as soon as I discover it. And
Mr.
yeah,
Alex,
it's a shame.
Mr. Alex,
A father of 8 children, I'll be 7 children. We go to
Mr. Alex
for $5,000.
Mr. Alex,
what a shame! After fighting, imagine me now fighting Obaseki. Over. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Alex, I was saying that who are you withdrawing your support from?
Yeah. The last video, he calls himself Mr. Mega Comrade. Do you know him?
No,
I'm sure Mr. Elvis knows who I'm talking about. And some.
Okay. Because I don't know the person that you're talking about.
Yeah, his video was played here, and how he made an overnight 360-degree U-turn to start supporting a government he condemned for 2 years, if not more. So you need to watch some of his videos over although some of his arguments at the time were right, but later he became a vendetta. So now everything he said about the government, he took it back and he's dining with them. What do you call me? A fool? I'm not a fool. You are the fool. You didn't fool me. You disgrace yourself. You lost followers. Immediately I watched that video, I quietly went and I removed my sub from his YouTube channel. Yes, I used two of my targets, my gadgets rather, to remove those things from him because he does not deserve it. He's not a reliable person. He's somebody who's after money. I thought it was maybe one of those things, but today it became so clear to me. Although I've been watching him, so I just felt we should say things the way it is. I am highly disappointed, and I hope people will learn that people are watching you, anything you are doing. Consistency, transparency, honesty pays. The money may not come now. It will come, and you will never suffer. Listen, I don't get paid for anything. Apart from my birthday when some of you showed me love. I love to work this work I'm doing. Joining my brother, Mr. Elvis, to do the right thing. But I know how God is blessing me through other ways. If I tell you since I joined this platform, things that were impossible in my life that God has done for me, you will not believe it. Before I joined this platform, I was not the owner of a permanent residence in a first world country. But I have it now. I couldn't trace it to anywhere the way it came. The process was so seamless. What people pursue for 2-3 years, sometimes it will not come out. I could say, okay, God is paying me for myself. I can take my bag and travel anytime. And other things I've pursued for years. Many of them started coming up since I joined this platform. If human being cannot pay you, God will pay you in his own way. Have a clean heart. Don't expect reward. If it comes, it's a bonus. If it doesn't come, know it. You are working for nature. You are working for the poor people. Just be honest. Don't be here today, tomorrow you are there looking for food or looking for what's not looking for you. Just be an honest person. Have a conviction. I've got a conviction. I've got an inspiration. I was inspired by books written by great men like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, like books by Thomas Sankara, Modibo Keita, Patrice Emery Lumumba, great people, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo. You pick the good things about them and work on it. They are not perfect. Just if you are working for the people, work for them. The reward will come. If it doesn't come to you, it will come to your children. If it doesn't come in this life, it will come in the other life. My greatest reward is to see Nigeria work. It's to see Edo State have the right government. It's to see Edo State work like Abia State. Alex Otti is not perfect under 1 year in government. Look at what he has done. Some government would speak English on that project. He didn't start it, but he completed it and gave light to the whole place. And other projects are still going on. So let us be honest. There is great honor and reward with honesty and consistency. It will come. One way or the other, it will come. God will repay you. Human beings can't even pay you enough. So let me round up with these guys. Edo State have been under a mafiatic political class of the PDP and the APC. Please, I present to you Olumide Akpata. I beg you guys. Let's have a breath of fresh air. We are tired. Since 20-something years, we'll be hearing of APC, PDP, APC. Nothing is working in Edo State, almost nothing. A few things. Every governor that comes, they just do 1, 2, 3, 4 projects. The remaining 96 projects, they use the money for other things. They come up with stories. They recruit people during elections to sing their praises. That is all they rely upon, is what is playing out. Some depend on federal government. It's always like that. Edo State people, Labour Party depend on you. We don't have state might. We don't have federal might. Well, we have the people's might. And the power in the people is more than the people in power. Please, let us do it again. This time around, beavers will not be switched off. This time around, we will do it like we did it for Mr. Peter Obi. We need an Edo State where we'll have train station. It is possible. Alex Oti is doing it. Edo State where light will not go off at least for years. It is possible. Alex Oti is doing it. Edo State where previous administrations will be probed. It is possible. Alex Oti is doing it. 10 billion naira ghost airport project money has been traced to 32 accounts in Abia State. Fact check me. It is possible in Edo State. I even heard right now, Abia, I don't know, allegedly, is in the level of rumor. Abia State is about to start paying students, bursary, stipends. Wherever you are schooling across the country, you'll be receiving something small. They are still deliberating it. Even if they've not done it, to even say it at all, it shows they've got their people in their heart. I hope Alex Oti continues in this spirit, so that at least Olumide Akpata will bring this same influence. Best of a feather flock together. Once again, we don't have federal government might. We don't have state government might. We have the people's might. We have the PVC might. We have Peter Obi's obedient movement might. You are the real people who wants to make this guy a governor, and it depends on you. Gele Seaport, a lot of promises went down the drain. Money was spent. As we speak right now, whenever it rains, it's flooded in Edo State. 30 billion naira water storm project was stolen under Oshomole's government. Oshomole stole that money, is now allegedly in the public. This present Edo State governor was head of Oshomole's economic team. He promised to probe him. He did not probe him. They are both APC and PDP now. They divide us. So please, I beg you, Labour Party is not perfect, but is the only escape route now to a new Edo of Eldorado that we all dream of. Edo that our mothers and fathers can go back to their farms, that our pensioners can dream of going into farming, of going into businesses, not running away from the Fulani Hesme orchestrated, unleashed on Edo people by the APC federal government. Morally, APC should not be in Edo State. More than 200,000 lives were lost under Buhari in Edo State alone, under the APC governments, supervised by the PDP government in Edo State. So these two parties are friends, and they are brothers in actions and in everything. No difference. Alex Oti's model can be done in Edo State. And as usual, this is my humble logo marquee, and my logo marquee I leave here with our logo Apache. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Thank you. Thank you so much for the time.
Wow. Mr. Alex, I have to give you that long time, to talk to us. Thank you very much for that wonderful submission. Yes, this is where we are. But I would like to, some of you that were asking for that video that, oh, okay, how it happens, wait till I shall talk and all that. I'd like to just play all of this 3 minutes long quickly so that those of you that have not given your submission, in case you want to reference to it, you can reference to it, because some of you already saying already, oh, like give us some
Mr. play the other.
You said what? We can't hear you, Mr. Alex. What do you talk?
That the last video you played before, if you can repeat it, because Mr. Jonathan, sir.
Okay. Which last video again? Sorry. Mr. Alex, you are breaking.
It was an audio. It was the audio.
Okay. Of that hungry lion. Okay, but let's listen to this.
Hungry lion.
But Peter Obi won. Has anybody seen any official figures from Labour Party to say, INEC, you lied? You gave Tinubu 8.4 million votes. It is supposed to be 7 million. You gave Peter Obi 6.1 million votes. It is supposed to be 9 million. Have you seen any of such collation anywhere? It is a right of the party to do it. The Electoral Act 2022 does not forbid the Labour Party from doing their own Labour Party collation. So number 2 reason why Peter Obi lost is because of the ineptitude and the greed of most of the rank and file of the Labour Party. That's the second reason Peter Obi lost. The third one, in fact, before I go to the third one, let me quickly add this. When it came to the polling unit, because this links to the third reason, when it came to polling unit agent, these same people who didn't believe that Peter Obi could win, instead of putting passionate Nigerians, passionate obedient as polling unit agents, they went and started collecting names of their friends and putting it there, people who didn't even care about Peter Obi as polling unit agent, so they can use it to collect money. And so you had polling agents. Number 1, they didn't even come up with polling unit agent across all the polling units. Even the ones they brought were now polling unit agents that were not even on ground. Polling unit agents who were not passionate about Peter Obi. In fact, in some places, polling unit agents that were not even Labour Party. You just collected polling unit agents so that they can collect money. Number 2 reason, Labour Party rank and file. The fact that they did not believe that Peter Obi could win. The number 3 reason why Peter Obi lost is because it's also stemming from number 2. The most important document in the election of Nigeria so far, right now, according to the 2022 Electoral Act, is from EC8A. From EC8A. How many from EC8A original gotten from the polling unit agent does Labour Party have? How many original from EC8A, from the polling unit, originals that were obtained from Labour Party's polling unit agent? How many of them do we have? How many? The other day, Aisha Yesufu gave an interview. And in giving that interview, she was trying to paint a picture that she was not corrupt, she would not allow corruption, but certain things started leaking out. On the day of the election, according to Aisha Yesufu, they gave her, some people started asking for money, state coordinators were asking for money to give to polling unit agents. Aisha refused, saying that no, they should send the account number directly to her. She will be the one to pay polling unit agents. How can one person pay 140,000 polling unit agents? How? How? I know there's a place for activism, but you should think strategy sometimes. And so the polling unit agents, they were arguing, oh, send the money. No, we will not send the money. No, I will send the money. At the end of the day, when Peter Obi intervened, according to what Aisha Yesufu said, that Peter Obi now said, okay, we will send the money to the coordinators, but bring from EC8A, polling unit result. Guess what? According to Aisha Yesufu, not me now, the people now said that the polling unit agents, they don't have from EC8A. They don't have polling unit results. So when you jump and say judiciary this, judiciary that, judiciary did their own. There are 4 grounds, and I came out to scream it that time, but people said that my mouth was smelling. There are 4 grounds. 3 of those grounds were dependent on the prerogative of the justices or the judges of the tribunal.
All right. I guess we're not here now, so I would like us to start talking.
Is it the guy Mr. Alex is calling, is saying he's not supporting again? Is it the one you are calling Mr.
No, not this one. Not this one.
Okay.
You guys want to listen to that one? Okay, let me put that one on 1 minute. Okay, let me put that one on 1 minute. Listen to this quickly.
Governor Obaseki is stealing Edo people money. They said, hey, it's a lie. It's not true. Okay. want everyone that is going to watch me today, put our enemy to shame. Godwin Obaseki, Godwin Obaseki, Godwin Obaseki. How many times did I call you? Stop playing poker game with Edo State lives and stop playing blackjack with Edo State Treasury. Governor Obaseki, desist and cease from all this political poker game you are playing with Edo people. Edo people are smarter than this. You are not the most smartest man in Edo State. You are just the most smartest criminal, most smartest terrorist, smartest political gang, smartest political cartel. Obaseki, Awagwa, Ikobo, Ove Donuriri Low. Obaseki is a gay that is killing gay. It's a gay that is jailing gay. Obaseki, nobody can do him anything. He has no child. He has no house girl. He has no house boy. He has nothing by choice.
Okay. Yes. Unado Yeram. That's the same man. In case Mr. Jonathan, you are confused. That's the same satanic man that allegedly giving $5,000 where he traveled to all the way to Benin. They put him for
I
We've
can see
referenced to it before. So his past video, now people they use against him right now. So I saw it somewhere today. I was surprised even myself. Although this man, destroyed a city governor for 2 years. They call city governor say they sleep with man for inside office. There are so many things that we have to cut it because I can't bring those kind of nasty things here. So that's the same man right now. He's already threatening them now at the moment in advance. Say that if they're not changing life after election, go come out and speak to the world. So that's it. But meanwhile, I'd like us to move on. Let me call on the next person to speak to us. Give us a mandate. Please talk to us if you are there. Give us a mandate. You are not available right now. Let me move on to Mr. Jonathan. Please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Elvis, thank you very much. I greet you once again. God bless you. I greet all the fellow panelists, those on the comment section. Mommy Diaspora, I greet you. I greet you very much. God bless you abundantly. I greet those that are listening. Welcome. Welcome once again. Yeah, Mr. Elvis, today is going to be tough. Today is going to be tough a little bit because
wait till I make it tough now.
No, today will be tough a little bit, because I posted something on the private chat. Is a link. I just put it there. So because my comment part of my comment will be on that link that I put on the private chat, so that people can follow. I will just that video. The guy, I'm very glad that you brought it back. Thank you very much. That is the guy that spoke about the election 2027 and to kind of connect it with the upcoming election in Edo State, and just tied up everything together. That Nigerian politics is transactional politics. The PDP chieftain that spoke on Arise News earlier, one chief, Uwi Busasa, I think that's his name, Uwi Busasa, that guy that spoke is one PDP chieftain, talking about the, what is happening, the maneuvering that is happening within the PDP in Rivers State with the PDP National Working Committee. Again, everything tied up together as a transactional political system that we have in Nigeria. Essentially, we don't have political parties in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say that. It is clear. Most of the things I will say, or most of the things that guy said on that video, talking about 2027 election and why Mr. Peter Obi lost, most of them have been highlighted on this platform. Most of them have been highlighted on this platform several times. I personally have I've brought out most of those issues, especially last year, 2023. But it is important that this particular issue is coming up again. Is crucial at this point in time. It tells us that we don't have political parties in Nigeria. What we have are transactional political parties. Why? Any political party in Nigeria that is contesting, especially starting from 2023, that on election day, the moment voting ends and you don't have your results, you are not a political party. You don't have the intention. You have some ulterior motives. Your intentions are completely separate. Everything you have done prior to the election is just maneuvering, is just manipulation, is just deception. You are just transactional. There's this saying that you cannot be doing the same thing and be expecting a different result. We all know what that simply means, literally. And that is exactly what they are doing. And that is exactly what is about to happen in Edo State. Is that not insanity? For crying out loud. INEC on August 8th, what I posted here is INEC press release on August 8, 2024. INEC came out with a press release, and they said the upcoming election in Edo State, September 2024, that it is only 55.6% of polling unit agents that have been registered, and those are the ones that they have on their record. Those 55.6% out of 4,519 polling units in that state, in Edo State, essentially telling us that about 2,300 polling units will be unmanned by political parties. So I can effectively tell you that APC will rig and they will win. I'm saying it based on data. I'm saying it based on information that is available. Because there is no way now it is done, dusted. If you read that press release, those are the ones that they have. They have their pictures, they have their data. Those are the ones that will be at the polling units, which means that political parties will not have access, no access to Form EC8A on election day. They will not have access to about 2,300 polling units. They will nothing. They will not have access to it. The rigging has started. Rigging is not on election day, and they are already planning it, and they are lining up their evidence. This press release is evidence that they will tender in court. That tweet, that X that they posted, after the press release, they went to their social media handle and they put it out there too. That is an exhibit if anybody wants to challenge them in the court of law. So I can tell you effectively that they have 2,300 polling units thereabout to rig, and you cannot say anything because you have no Form EC8A. It was also on this platform, sometimes in 2023. I know it's not once, it's not twice, on several occasions. I believe it was Dr. CF. He talked about the probate value of this document. The party will have a copy. The police will also have a copy. Then the INEC also have a copy. Which one will court rely upon? Rather? Which one? In order, INEC, police, and party. So if there are discrepancies, that is the only time. That is why I align with that guy on that presentation. The guy is actually saying, unless we are fooling ourselves, unless we are being stupid to the core. What he said there, as I said, has been stated on this, but he brought it out. And those are facts. That is one way. It may not be the entire way to stop them, but that is a very strong way to stop them. Why did I say so? It is why is it that Labour Party is in control of Abia State today? And I will say that Labour Party also is actually one Lagos State. We all know that, you know, governorship election, all well and done. Labour Party won. See, in the entire 36 states, it is only Lagos State and the entire southeastern state that the Labour Party has polling unit agent 98%. Quote me. It is only in Lagos State and all the southeastern states that Labour Party has polling unit agent in almost all of the polling stations. Hence, it becomes practically impossible for them to rig Abia State. Lagos State, it was a do or die affair for them. They are shenanigans that they pull out. So there is no way this thing can happen. It's not going to happen at all. In Ondo State, same thing is playing out. Ondo State statistic is worse. They have less than 50% polling unit agent that will be covered. Edo State is even better. And these candidates are running all over the place, knowing fully well, all of them, knowing fully well that they have not done the needful, the right thing in run-up to this election. They don't have agents. Pure and simple. You don't have agents in about 2,300 polling units. And I can tell you, this 55.6%, APC, if we break it down, APC will most likely have the largest number. If you break it down party by party by party. But this is collectively, out of the 4,519, all of them. So essentially, if we just for the sake of discussion, let's say it is even. Let's just say it is even. We just split it amongst them. The 2,300. It means that, and INEC said that let's split it amongst the three major groups. So it means that they only have about 800, or I mean 1,000 or 1,100 polling unit agents. That's what they have. And you want to win election in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So just call it off. It's not going to happen. That is why you will see it was right after INEC came up with this number that APC started running all over in Edo State. The job has been done. We need to be talking about this thing. We need to start highlighting it, and we need this is the rigging. This is the rigging here for us to see. This is the rigging. There is no any other rigging. This is the rigging. You don't have agents, so definitely you are not going to have your form EC8A. So what are you going to present? INEC will present anything that they want to present. So, yes, I agree that in 2023, this specific reason was one of them. Why Labour Party? And it was a disappointment on Labour Party, a big one. In fact, they need to apologize to Nigerians, to the supporters, the people that back them up with everything. They need to apologize. You had 140,000 polling unit agents. 140,000. Let's give it to them that in 2023, Labour Party had 140,000, as they claimed they did, 140,000. But you don't have 140,000 from EC8A, because if you add 140,000 from EC8A, there will be this. We'll be talking about different things today. You just don't have it. So that means that there was manipulation, there was compromise, there was sabotage within the Labour Party in 2023. 140,000 out of 176. That's a decent number. But obviously, I don't know what you had in 2023. Nobody, you can't even come out with your own numbers, with your own statistics. And the same thing is playing out. Right? It's unfolding in other elections. The one coming up in Edo State is exactly the same thing is about to repeat itself. So I can conclude that political parties are not serious. It's a transactional thing. They are just there for show. What's the point? What does it take to get 4,000? In fact, INEC said in that press release that the INEC estimate that each political party is expected to have 4,730 agents. 4,730 agents. And none of them even have 1,003 by 55.6%. So what are we talking about? So this election is so sad that, you know, when I listened to that video, I had to corroborate it. Then I started searching I went to INEC website. I actually adding it up in Edo State, local government by local government, word by word. Say that is too tedious. It would take me like almost 2 hours to do that. And then I now went to INEC press releases. That's where I found this. They put it out there. And they have confirmed it. So on election, they come out now after election. Obviously, on election day, no party can come out with 4,519 from EC8A on election day. No, none of them. Not APC, not PDP, not Labour Party, not YPP. None of them will have, by this number, none of them will have 4,519 from EC8A. So it is now INEC. INEC decides who the winner is going to be. So unfortunately, that's where we are. The Abia State that we have today, simply because Lagos State and Abia State were the only two, and I mean Lagos State and the five.
Jonathan, sir.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, sorry, just to quickly ask you, is it that they are not able to provide that 4,000 because they don't have the agents, or because INEC will not make the form easy available in some polling units?
No, they normally INEC put a date. The date now is as passed. It's July 31st, which means that you must have uploaded the data, the name, address, photograph of your agent in each polling unit. So INEC said what they have is a total, what they have of all the political parties, all of them. In fact, they said all the political parties, because I just narrow it down to the major ones, but they said all the political parties contesting in Edo State, they have 55.6% that have submitted, uploaded. So if you read that statement, those that have uploaded, and it is the portal is closed. So you can't upload anymore. So effectively, those are the agents. So these are the matter. These are the things that the candidates supposed to come and answer now. This is a failure on their part, and they are still campaigning, and it's a failure. They are crooks. That's what I would call them. They are crooks. They are criminals. If you know as of today, the 23rd of August, that you don't have 4,519 agents, and it is in fact a total of 4,730. INEC also expected each party to have 211 agents, one for each collation center. If you don't have them as of today, with what we know in Nigeria, you are a crook, you are a transactional person, you don't have the intention to win. You have left it for INEC. You have left it for the state machinery, for PDP to rig. You have left it for INEC to rig. This is so sickening. This number, when I saw it, is so sad. But I will give thanks to that video that you presented today, because if not for that, there is no way I would have gone deep into this.
Is the country even ready at all with all of this that we are even seeing? Are we even ready as a country?
But the thing is that, okay, take Abia State, for example. the way they make sure that they had almost over 90% polling unit agent. That's why people fought the other day, on the day when the resident electoral commissioner, that Madam Oti, when she was announcing, they have it. And INEC knew that even if they go to court, they will lose because they have all the from EC8A. All of them are already, people have it.
Mr. Jonathan.
Yes.
4 years go open, no worry. We they get there gradually.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Jonathan.
I'll leave it at that now. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time with us. Mr. Paul, thank you, sir. Please, I would like you to talk to us. You have your 8 minutes. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening.
To Mr. Joe after.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, great mommy and listeners worldwide. Nigeria and all the troubles we are facing, man-made troubles, deliberate troubles. What Mr. Jonathan just gave us now is an eye-opener. But I won't be surprised if what INEC brought out is another script they are trying to play alongside whoever they want to favor. The parties themselves, they should have machineries in place to meet all INEC requirements in terms of having polling agents and sending their names ahead of time before the deadline. Then the question we should now ask is, after this portal has been closed, what would the parties be doing to ensure that their votes are safeguarded, to ensure that they have at least somebody there? I think we should find a way to invite party officials also and know what should be done, because this is supposed to be an open election, that everything should be done properly if we want to do things correctly. So INEC will not just close the portal and say parties have only 54 or 55% of names of polling agents. We don't know why the delay was. And I know for a fact that sometimes some some contestants, they like to see the names of those agents. They like to even meet them one-on-one and be sure of loyalty before their names are submitted. That may be part of why there was delay in this Edo's case. But I'm not holding brief for them. What I'm trying to say is that this should not be the closure. The parties should meet INEC and find out if there are ways they can, for equity's sake, because if, from what Mr. Jonathan is saying, if INEC goes that way, it means not all the polling units will have party agents. Maybe in polling unit A, PDP will have an agent, Labour will not have, APC will have. In polling unit B, Labour will have, PDP will not have, APC will have. In polling unit C, it will be maybe only PDP and Labour and APC will not have. No, things like that. And it doesn't give room for proper check. So that's why many of us are saying that our elections should go. We are in a digital age. These things can be done. After all, unlike general election, this is election in a southern state where technology is even more advanced, so to speak. So if INEC wants to do things properly, they should still find a way to accommodate the political parties and tell them, identify who will be your agents on that day. We'll get them accredited ahead, apart from the ones that are in their portals, so that they will have agents there. Then when the elections are done, because in the last election, I observed that they were told to count the results. And in each polling unit, for those voters who will stay behind, results were counted and they called each candidate's score. So that one should even be, and they're supposed to paste a copy of the of that from INEC from 8A there, so that it will be there. But it is when rigging that most of the parties do, or those who want to rig and their candidates and the police and military help them. It's when those things happen that everything are damaged, or they score to the ultimate. Like when they come to maybe the first 3 or 4 polling units, they see that one party is leading and the trend is going on, and it's not the party of those who have gathered the military or police to assist them. They will not score to the whole thing. go somewhere and change the result or cut away polling units result or ballot boxes. That's a problem. So I don't think it's over in this case where parties don't have candidates. The parties should, I guess INEC should have alerted them that this is what they have. So and then they should find the common ground to get more candidates. That is one side. So for the election proper, what I know is that some parties are spoiling to rig, while others are making genuine efforts to gather votes from voters, to talk to voters and get voters to vote them. So it is now left for the voters themselves who want the real positive change to find a way to stand by and let the votes be counted and have copies, even snap it and all that. I know that one will not be what they will take to cover. At least let them have those ones first. What happened in Abia was that woman, Professor Nena, is not the resident electoral commissioner. She's what they call returning officer appointed by INEC for each state elections, for each governorship elections. So they were not reporting to the local to the resident commissioner. They were reporting to INEC chairman, and they had the final say. I'm sure before the elections, she must have called all INEC staff who will work and told them to do the right thing. And of course, she was ready to do the right thing. That was why what happened. And the people were ready to defend the result. The same thing happened in Adamawa, where instead of the person who was supposed, instead of the INEC appointed returning officer to announce the result, it was the state electoral commissioner that went and announced the result, which is against the electoral law. And we saw all what happened, and then he was taken out of the position, and then the election, that result was kept away, and the proper result was later announced, so to speak. So it is, at the end of the day, it is the people whose life will be changed for the better or for the worst to stand by. I know anybody who wants to stand by and see people say talks or police or army carrying gun or whatever, people will run, but that is the only way for people to say, insist that this is their vote. Mr. Evans, I remember in the 2020 election, I have not joined your show that time, but because I was following what was going on, I saw how you were getting results on the spot from various polling units. And even before INEC did the announcement, all the results were already known by many people in Edo State. They already knew who won it, and it happened that way. Probably, if Edo people can rise up and galvanize themselves and say, we must not allow what happened in some crook states like Kogi State or Imo State to happen. They should be able to do the right thing. So that is about that. Concerning what the man who spoke about Aisha and how Obi may have lost the election, let us all say the truth. We know that the man who is in power now didn't win the election. It was planned ab initio to find every means possible to cook out results for him. What about all the mutilated results we are seeing across the country? We saw some results from Imo State, the polling unit, the electoral, the voters, what's it called now? The Form the Form A8, that is the main polling unit results. We are from Sokoto. Some we are from, I think one of that state is Jigawa State also in Imo. We saw one from the southeast or south in that state. How did they arrive at all those ones? So it was in the process of trying to rig and all that. Those are the problem. Then if we say it's possible, I believe so too, that Labour Party and other parties didn't have polling agents across the state. Mistake may have been made. Aisha may have wanted to insist on whatever she did and all that she has. We'll let us give her benefit of that until she comes to. I'm sure she's going to respond to this man said this. Let us know the full truth. But I'm not holding brief for her. But I know that during the electoral tribunal time from the appeal court, Labour Party were always bringing loads of transparent boxes filled with ballot papers, filled with documents. Surely some of those documents may be ballot papers, maybe from AC8 or AC that the polling unit result. So maybe from there. Probably they got it from their polling agents, those who have it, who were there, or the ones they got from INEC that INEC later released or delayed. And we know again that INEC refused, even after court order, after court gave them mandate to release these forms to not just Labour alone, including PDP or parties. They refused because they know what they are hiding. So And the judges, they manipulated the system. We know how our electoral system is. Our judicial system is very porous and corrupt. In fact, some of the biggest haste, fraud that is done in judicial system happens during election tribunals. That is where money upon money goes around to get judges to give verdict. Okay, today, just this Friday, the Supreme Court announced this governor in Kogi as the winner, announced Uzodinma as the winner in Imo, announced the man from Bayelsa as the winner. But we know that in Kogi, there are clear evidence that results were written in many places. Same thing with Imo. But see how it went. So whatever we say, we can have our own view, but we all know the problem. The system is corrupt. It will never change. Those who are managing the system, they are part of the corrupt establishment. So they will use whatever means to get to power because they are not there to serve the people. They are all there for themselves and for their cronies. It's not only yesterday that Atiku was saying that the man in power is now has turned the government to himself and his family and cronies. That is what to expect from somebody like that. So it's a problem we must fight together. And the only way for people to come out and say enough is enough. Let us move our country forward like others do. Just 1 more minute, Nigeria Watch. The man who was accusing Obaseki has all he said about it. That's very deplorable. I condemn it, and I hope that the people will see through and not rush, not be in a hurry to embrace every social media people they see talking against what government is doing. Monitor them very well. See if they will stand the test of time, like Nigeria Watch, who has stood the test of time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. God bless you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. All right, let's hear from Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, it's good to have you on the show, sir. Please, I'd like you to talk to us. Good evening to you. Mr. Joe, are you there? Okay, Mr. Joe, you are not available. I'll move on to the next person. Oga, please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Please, all protocols duly observed. Quite a lot of issues to talk on, but I may have forgotten some because it's been a long time. Now, this Aisha Yusuf's case, let me start with it. I'm prepared to give people the benefit of the doubt. What we've just had today is one side of the story. It's a single story. Probably when Aisha must have spoken about it, then I will put 2 and 2 together and know which version to believe. So that's why I wouldn't, as fallacy and as maybe incriminating as the story may sound, I'm still prepared. I'm a fair-minded person. I would like Aisha to speak on it first, because to debunk or to put things straight, then I will know whoever is saying the truth and which has to kick. Then as for the CJN who retires, I think that is the worst Chief Justice in history, to be honest with you. That's why I don't have respect for law anymore. I was telling a lawyer, I was arguing on Facebook with a lawyer. I told her, you can delude yourself. Whatever offense you think I must have committed, if I pay money in Nigeria, I will get the justice instantly. I won't even just call the SAN, assemble 20 SANs. How much? Give them the one to give to the judge. They know how to do it. Before you know it, I'm free. So there's no conscience. So the CJN, under his watch, 25% of FCT is no longer, and it is now a case of FCT. What even if you win in Anambra, good. If you don't win in Anambra, the same. So it means that FCT is like any other state. That's what he's trying to. Under him, they interpreted it that way, and under him, the Supreme Court presiding over a presidential election was not properly constituted. The Southeast. You see, the problem with Nigeria is that we tend to make law. They will write it, they do it, but they won't do it. Why not say the Supreme Court will be composed of maybe 9 justices that are Nigerians? That's okay. It doesn't matter whether they are women or they are men or they all come from one local government. You satisfy that. But you will say it will come from so-so senatorial zone, this geographical zone. You put it down. Now, was it properly constituted? Nothing. Just for Southwest and Northwest, there you give judgment. Nobody from the Southeast, knowing that the person who brought the case before you was from the Southeast. You see, sometimes we don't, whatever we do in life, there must be common sense. Even this one, it doesn't mean this is pure Lego. You could have said that the judgment will be delayed or you constitute it. They know. They know it. Even before the election, you make sure at any point in time, the moment there's a vacancy in the Supreme Court, you go to that area and bring some. I mean, by the time you go to Anambra State Judiciary, Ebonyi State, Abia, I mean, 5 states, you go to the judiciary, you can choose the most senior one or whatever criteria, you bring them in. So they know all these things, but in Nigeria, everybody like to play, holier than thou. Which brings me to this analysis this chap make. You see, I don't know. The problem with Nigeria is that Nigerians is that we always like to, if according to, was it Ghani or Bola Ige? It was Bola Ige. Bola Ige said Nigeria is such a very interesting country that even if you go and import shit, human waste, you bring it into this country and tell them that is the latest corn beef, people will buy it. I think I remember it. He said, yeah, even with the stench, people will say, oh, yeah, it's good. He said, you tell them, they will believe you, even when they know. You see, this analysis, to me, I don't even go into it. You analyze things when you must have done it the way it is. Then you now say, why did this person fail? Imagine a person making analysis for how many minutes he forgot to say IREV was switched off. Let us even agree that 11 million Southeast people, they collected their PVC and they all voted for Obi. Everybody voted. The whole million. Obi scored a 120 million vote. The moment you switch up the IREV, everything is immaterial. We all saw it. Or why was it switched off? You should have allowed the IREV. If you are telling me to analyze a senatorial election, maybe in a donut, maybe in a Anambra North, maybe in a Cross River North, anywhere, because they were uploaded. I can answer at least they were uploaded. You go to INEC website, you see it. Then you start to analyze, oh, this is why you lost. On that day, your agent didn't come. But not that you gave order that they should not be uploaded. And Lai Mohammed went to America to tell them that we saw the raid result was going, we have to switch it off. So what are we analyzing? And they're still blaming Peter Obi. Peter Obi's people should have done this. If they had done the, look, nobody can convince. You do the right, let the team be. You see, you allow somebody to write exam. When you say start, then you ring the bell. All the people, everybody, 100 students were in the hall, writing the exam, the same condition. When you say stop, everybody stopped. Then you now bring out the start to mark. You now tell, okay, if you fail, they will now say you failed. You start to analyze why you failed. And not all of a sudden, they just say, you get up, tear your paper, get out. What did you do? Nothing. In the end, they say you failed. You start to wonder. But you didn't complete it. You were not allowed to complete the exam. That is the issue. So the condition they set, let them meet their own condition before blaming the party that they didn't have a pooling agent, that the Southeast, if 11 million collected. Has the child forgotten that we were seeing, Niger Watch, we were showing PVC retrieved in the bush, different places. Why? In the Southeast, we saw it. So what are people saying? It is that, some people like to be popular. Anything, they just come out to talk. Maybe you have a platform, people will know you. Some people, you can't convince everything. You must have a reason. Somebody who is stealing has a reason for stealing. I might tell you it's hunger. Somebody who is doing something have a reason. But for me, I will go beyond reason and logic. Why did you switch up the IREV first? Let us start from there. Forget about the. If IREV if everything was allowed to run the way it should be, then we can now start to say, where did this stop? But you go and why there was intention behind every action. There's a thought. So there was intention of switching off IREV because they don't want to be president. It's as simple as that. So any other conjecture of maybe if Labour had done this, you see now they are talking about 2027. What Obi or Atiku should do? I just laugh. You've forgotten that. Let us insist on IREV. It was here I said it. Then when it was boiling, that I have to go back to it. I said, let's make it a law that any election result that has been concluded in the polling unit, if we cannot for any reason, I don't want to know whether it's glitch or somebody ran out. Just like they said, if you carry ballot paper and run away, there's no need. That polling unit is declared no election. So you are running on your own. You are wasting your energy. So why can't they say any election result that cannot be uploaded? It may not be your fault. Maybe it might maybe network just is as good as it didn't take place. Let us so that whatever is uploaded, you don't need to be asking IREV to compute. Because everybody, even somebody in Norway, somebody in Australia, so far you know what it's. Give it 1 hour. You go to INEC website. You type in the presidential election DA. You type in the state you want. You type in the local government. You may say you want to know the one in your village. You go to the ward. It will be there. If it's not there, they said couldn't upload. That's all. So when you are up, so that every party will have their situation room. By the time you tabulate it, whatever figure you are reporting for my local government is as good as INEC reporting it. So that is the thing we should do. We know what to do, but because we want to give room for fraud, we not do it. Later we start to talk. If to say P2B and the article merge, hey, you bring this vote, you bring this, all these ones are rubbish. Even if the whole party in Nigeria merge to become one and with billion, you switch off the IREV, everything is damaged, everything done dabaru now. So why should you switch off the IREV? Why? That's what people are not asking. So to me, I'm not carried away by all those type of analysis. Anybody can make a very jaundiced analysis, which to me is stunted growth. It defies logic. It's quite unintelligent, this thing. And they start to build, a narrative on it and start to advise. If all these things are done and they happen that in the end they switch up IREV, why can't we insist that in this EDO election, any result that is not uploaded is as good as it didn't take place? That is where to start first. So that you, the person, if we now, I'm a party agent and I will be there, they count it. I know it's 16 out of maybe my party scored 16 out of 250 votes, people accredited, or maybe, validated by IREV. It happened that my party scored 16 and you write it against my party 16. Sign. That is what, the moment I go away with it and it's uploaded, if you like, go and be T-Pexing it. If you are T-Pexing it, will you T-Pex the one I'm having? No. Will you T-Pex it when it is already uploaded? No. So that we know what to do. But Nigeria, we like to bring a human error so that to give way for rigmarole. When you rig it, they say go to court. Then the stupid judiciary will now validate it and they say, hey, this man couldn't win, he couldn't. They start to tell you, if you had 1 million, 1 million party agents all over the place. If you have all these polling units, you have party agents, but the IREV was switched off. What will happen? For people asking, have we forgotten that P2B Labour Party had cases of, is this suitcases? I don't know what they call it, or maybe cooler, just like cooler of rice. What they were moving in that time, do they look at it? In the end, they say the only election that is admissible in court is the one given by INEC. So, which means even if you're a party, whatever you're having, you're just having it for academic purposes. They won't look at it. They say whatever INEC gives is what they are going to take. Now, if you now want to get something from INEC, you were frustrated. Has the chap looked at this? Did he analyze it like this? Is it not what happened before us? So look. I don't so much believe in that. You see, when you want to do something, you have pre-intention to do it, you do it. It's like the criminal government we are having now. It's like the criminal government we are having now. Up to today, when P2B said, people, those stealing our crude oil are in government, has everybody said it's a lie? Who are those in government? Refinery in Malta. That is government now. Why not stop it? Let us know that everything we are having it in our country, we won't do it. Now, the oil in Niger Delta has been battered. That is what they use to borrow money, because people may think that all this money Buhari was borrowing. If you go to IMF, say, IMF, I need 10 billion. They will say, take IMF $2 million. They will give you. You have to put collateral. What collateral is Nigeria putting down? Oil in the Niger, so the way people call themselves Niger Delta. It's oil there that they tender. meaning that some of the oil they've been bargained for so years. So you may wake up today from Niger Delta and you say, yeah, you have oil in behind your father's farm. You know that somebody has taken it. Look at what they're seizing airplane in Canada. 2 houses or so were sold. I don't know Niger what you are aware in Liverpool. Because Nigeria in those days, when things were good, Nigeria used to have embassy, high commission in London and Liverpool and one in Glasgow in the 70s. Maybe the buildings they left in Liverpool still say they seized it. They want to, because they are not looking for anything to sell. So many loans that we are taking. This is the type of criminal government we are having now. Nobody is telling you the truth. And all we do is that some people will just be analyzing something without a logic and reason. I don't do that. I don't. You must convince me with reason and I will think it through. Why should this thing happen? Before you go to that, you ask yourself, why did it happen? It's like this Aisha Yusuf's case. I don't know Aisha, but what I want to know is that why did Aisha hold it? Aisha say it. Why was those people not paid? Why were you insisting, or if I thought it's true, that all the account must come to you before you pay, which is over 100 people or 100,000 people? Why? So these are some of the things we need to look into. I don't analyze the Nigerian issue based on the fact that I saw headline, because behind it, there's a fraud they made a room for. So that is what really happened in our own case. I think the next thing I forgot to put on, let me say, sorry. I don't know where I put it. I think I wrote it down. What's the okay, yeah. People Ariwoola, who is retiring. Is it that one? Naija, what? Please, where is the other headline? He was saying something about.
Please round up in 30 seconds, sir, please.
Yes, I forgot. Okay, well, probably I come back in December. That okay. I can maybe when I forgotten the other one. Because this thing is really interesting. Maybe a do election. Thank you very much, Niger Watch. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Can I go ahead? You cannot answer any question. Sorry, cannot.
No, I wanted to just interject him because I think he misunderstood that guy, what the man was saying. The whole submission he gave about the man, about what he said about the whether not from C8A and all those one. I think Mr. CN did not understand the man's point. That's why he went on that route. That's my own opinion.
Okay.
Because the guy said the guy was not talking about. Wasn't talking about. You said why he did not mention about the switching off of the IRF, but that was not his focus. His focus was the upcoming election and what the LP supposed to prepare. Yes.
Okay.
Because
okay. Do you mean a do election? Okay.
No.
Is that
not a do?
No, the 2027.
Oh, 2027. Okay.
Yes. Okay, let's move on, please.
Can I go?
Let me.
Mr. Elvis.
Give us Amanda. Are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Can I speak, sir? Thank you. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you very much. Greetings to the panelists. Comment section, I greet you all. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it. I think on the issue of Aisha, like panelists have been saying, well, when you look at it, if there's technology, paying people of that number is not difficult. But here now, we have to hear a side of the story to now see what actually happened. Was the money were the people really paid? Why were they not paid? What happened and things like that. So I'll wait for our side of the story, and then we can match that and see what really happened. Then on the video, the man making the analysis, I think your CM was right. So that man said the reason why the election last year happened the way it happened, why LP lost the election. But I think that's also not the whole true story. Now, what I will also say to what you said, is that if Beavers has worked, we will need to rely on from EC8A, because as people are casting their votes, they are putting their hands on the machine. So it's taking them in, it's garbage in, garbage out. So everything would have been done technical wise, electrical wise, won't have to depend on what we have on the form. Because now that's why you now see the form being modulated. So everything said and done, if things were done properly, if Beavers was relied upon, like they said, we won't need to rely on Form EC8A. Form EC8A was to pull us back 20 years backward. The reason why they went for Beavers is that they want polling unit results to be transmitted live, like you see it in India, like you see it in America, like you see it in UK. The UK election was done, Mr. Elvis, the same day we saw the result, if I'm correct. The same day. Why? Because it was done electronically. The same thing happened here in the US. So if Beavers was relied upon as mentioned by Mahmoud Yakub, we won't need to rely on from EC8A. From EC8A would have just been okay in these places where Beavers probably didn't work. Okay, now we now de facto to using manual. Then we can also let's bring from EC8A out. But where Beavers was going to be solely relied upon, for me, I don't think EC8A was important. And that's why the issue of education is very, very crucial. Because now INEC is telling you that the Beavers in Edo State have been destroyed by a flood, and that way to rig the election. Now I'm going to the polling unit agents. Okay, let's agree there are no polling unit agents, but the people that went to cast their votes, they know who they voted for. Some of them took pictures of the INEC agents, and they were even showing it live. In fact, on social media, you could see results. People were taking pictures live and direct of their polling units. People can defend their results. So like Abia, for example, Abia people came out en masse. They voted and defended their votes. At that point, INEC could not resist them. And so if we have to do the same thing for a dual election, people come out and defend their votes. In some places, even agents, party agents, may want to sabotage or sell their own party. But the people know who they voted for. They can even counter the agents. So everything still lies on INEC. Is INEC truly independent? Is INEC truly standing on their own without the influence of these political parties and people that want to? Tinubu told Nigerians through the people from the north that he bought his seats. In the first instance, the election was not supposed to be bought. It was supposed to be the people deciding who becomes their president. So INEC now, in collusion with all of these political parties and people that have money, sold the people's mandate for cheap. Tinubu had told them, the criminal drug baron told Nigerians that he bought the seats from who? Mahmoud Yakub. Even though that we have Beavers, we have RF that are supposed to work. Lai Mohammed, like Joseph, Lai Mohammed told Nigerians in Washington DC that they switch up Beavers. If Beavers was not switched up in the first place, and every polling unit result went to Beavers directly, you will be in China with your phone, you can see the results. So I think that this manual collation, this manual depending on from EC8A should be removed. Everything should be done technologically, and that's why I'm calling on Barrister Olumide Akpata. INEC said they only have 58% of polling unit agents. Akpata, how many agents do you have on ground? How many do we have? How many do you have in those states? How many do you have in those states? Do you have the total number of agents in those states that will be there in all of the polling units? Now, if you don't have agents, do you have people that can stand as representative of the party, and as results are being collected, they are taking pictures, they are sent to the decision room? Akpata, is all of these things in place? because you cannot allow INEC. You already know INEC want to rig. INEC, PDP, APC. Aswe Budano depend on state power. Monday or power depend on the federal might through the criminal drug baron. But you, Olumide Akpata, you depend on the people. Are you sensitizing the people that where we don't have agents, the people are able to stand and defend their votes? And you also defending the vote to the point where no rigging will surpass the people's votes. Edo people, we cannot allow this evil to happen. We must stand up and defend the votes, defend the vote of the people. Oporono and Aswe are not different; they are the same thing. Olumide is the only differential in this election, the only differential. So I call on you: let's arise and fight and make sure that the vote counts for the people, so that Edo can be delivered from the hand of these wicked people. And Aisha Yesufu, I call on you today. We have seen a video where you have been indicted. You come. Please make a video, show us evidence, and let's see, so that we can hear the two sides of the story. I call on you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis and panelists. Have a good evening.
All right, I would like to quickly come here. Thank you. Give us a mandate. Oga CM dropped a submission calling Aisha to make a video before the past judgment. You also made a video calling Aisha to make a video for a past judgment. Don't you guys think this is biased? How many times have you people called Tinubu to make a video before we pass judgment on this platform? Somebody came out and analyzed Aisha's video. He's not alleging Aisha, it's Aisha's video. Aisha came out, I'm not corrupt, the money, blah, blah, blah. That's what the person said. He's not coming out to assume. You all are now calling for Aisha to come and sit down for the second time to make a video. So my question now is that if it's Tinubu or article we brought here, how many times have we, Oga CM have called the Tinubu make a video before we pass judgment? Or you give us a mandate, you say Tinubu make a video before pass a judgment. I don't understand.
Niger what this is different, and let me tell you why it's different. In Aisha's video, you know, this guy mentioned the figure, if I get it correctly, those involved and how much they should have maybe given each person, and Aisha insisted on doing it, and maybe from his analysis.
Money, you only talked about 100.
I mean, the figure, the people. The people in
and
there.
Aisha refused that he don't want to distribute money to anybody. She will be the one that will send it to everybody. And so, his stand was, how is it possible for one person to send money to 100,000 people?
You see, the thing Aisha, the thing Aisha will clear from that. No, I'm getting what I'm saying. The thing Aisha will clear is because that why factor. Why didn't you do it? Aisha may have something that I'm not holding brief for her, but until we hear this, I may come back to indict Aisha. That is what I'm doing. But because
at the
of
end
this,
of the day, Aisha already made videos. Aisha made video. These guys responded to. So are you?
What video did she make?
Aisha, okay, carry on. Give on.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that in this case, the issue is the guy indicted Aisha that Aisha refused sort of to pay. He wanted everything to be through her. Now the case is, Aisha, why do you want it to be through you? About over 100,000 people. Why? Don't you think you can be able to do it? Or is there anything that made you to lose confidence and feel that maybe you've paid like 2 or 3 before?
You are waiting for Aisha to respond to you on that now, right?
Not to respond because
you and I are waiting forever. Hold on, sir. The same way you and I are waiting forever for Peter Obi to give us auditing that we refuse to see today.
No,
I personally call out Peter Obi on that audit. I even went on his express, we even have it there.
the Niger Watch on this audit something. I'm as worried as anybody. Remember one day when I suggested, I said Niger Watch, I wish you have direct how to contact people or anything so that you feed us back. You said
you don't
like
need to
now
contact anybody, sir. We don't.
no,
Hold on, Garcia,
because
please.
no,
Hold
because
on,
no, what I'm saying is that
we don't need to contact anybody directly, sir. You are a very honest person. We don't contact Tinubu directly. Peter Obi told us that he wants to do private auditing. The year is ending. We don't see Peter Obi. We don't see auditing. No, they
we don't know what
this platform.
No. That's what I'm saying. We don't know what is happening now until you get to the person where talk say, okay, what is happening? You say this. That is the point I'm coming. I wish there's a way. Maybe even if let's say Labour Party. Let me say this. Assuming you go to their website now, there's something. If no you go here, you send email to the contact group. They will reply you. Assuming that is possible, or the phone now we say, okay, this is the phone I ring. Say the Peter will be promised or Labour Party promised they are doing audit. What is it called? Supporters are losing interest. What is happening? Will it take for 10 years before the audit comes out so that we know the situation? Because that is what I'm worried about. Because this has taken long, really. But how do I know what is delaying it? Whether it is deliberately they don't want to do it, or there is a technical fault that they, let us know. Because for you to say this is happening, then we have to give us feedback. We're waiting. That is my own.
Let's move on. Augustine, before I will call on the next person. For me, the reason why I say body they pepper me all the time, it get the way I take deal, because for me, that's why I put myself on the line. And if now me wanna find on this kind of thing, they call me out, I beg, because I'm here to learn. I don't mind. Yes. Peter Obi promised us auditing. A year don't finish, for Christ's sake. Nobody talking for this platform.
The only thing why they take on. No, the only thing why they take and indict you here, I don't tell you Niger what. The only thing why they take and indict you is say, they put Black Panther and give us a mandate for backstage whenever they are, their entire hand. So that's why I don't tell you this before. And now the only fault why
what I do here again. I never talk this morning. You don't bring my case up.
They put Black Panther for backstage. They put Black Panther for backstage.
Anyway, let's
wait till Niger what you talk.
Go and hide yourself, my friend, and let me call on the person.
You don't find all this, you go find tire.
And my brother, now they find tire. So me myself, I don't really tire. You don't use the right word. I don't tire. When it comes to us, we know they see him. Nobody they talk him. If not Tinubu. Now so
I don't know the audit. I don't know the audit where I go find out. Now two audit we get to. Now two audit do. Hey, Augustine.
Yes, please.
Now two audit we get. Peter Obi audit and Abure Labour Party audit.
I beg. Nobody is waiting for Abure's audit. Now only you they wait for Abure's audit, my brother. We are waiting for a person who trust say go give us truth will go get for her. Now they wait for not be Abure audit. God forbid.
Abure no go give her paper now.
Now Peter Obi audit they wait for my brother.
Okay, Peter Obi audit. Oh, that one we go get him now. We must get him.
No, by force. Get him. More continue the wait. Thank you.
Black Panther. How will you get Peter Obi's audit? Which audit?
And that's why I said we
anywhere Peter Obi they do national broadcast. All of us go there, take down and disturb the ear tire.
No, it's true. Yes, somehow, yes. No. It might not just be in a very Agbero style, but maybe we find a way of asking. Say, look, you promise your supporters, millions of us, that you are doing audit after the election. So we've been waiting. How long do we need more to wait, or is it not taking place? I mean, he must say something because that's what I'm saying. But let's find a way.
On a final, Augustine, on a final, we'll use like 10 minutes to brush all this. Make we reach others we never talk. Thank you, sir. Sue Berry, thank you very much, man. Your text, I really like this. Thank you very much. I appreciate honest people. To be honest, all the video where they play, that's also copyrighter they carry come here. I'm just trying to carry everybody along. Go say I play APC and the other one PDP, and I not play our own, and I make me the plan. But meanwhile, let's move on. Thank you very much, man, for citing.
Well, Mr. Elvis, how do you know? Mr. Elvis, please, just a last quick one. How do you know that a video carries copyright?
I know, because I have YouTube channel.
Okay.
Immediately, I just end this broadcast right now. In the next 15-20 minutes, they don't flag my YouTube. I don't receive email. Everywhere is flagged that your video is copyrighted. All your earnings is taken away. That's it. That's why we passed it over the past 1 week.
Okay.
And it's crazy. It's crazy. People are making money on top of Olumide head. I don't know what will be all these satanic people who don't want let this man progress. Anyway, I might move on. I might not go talk past myself. Oga Chris, talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Yeah, Domosa. Good evening, everybody. I just smile for the back and forth. Domosa, happy weekend to you and your family. And then I pray the Lord God to continue to bless you and strengthen you so that you keep on doing this that you are doing. And Mommy Diaspora, I want to say good evening to you. It's nice to be with you again on this beautiful and cold Friday evening. I just want to say thank you for everything that you do to ensure that this station keeps going on every day. And the people there with you in the comment section, good evening to you all. And Nigerians and non-Nigerians listening to us from all over the world, I say good evening. The people on the panel with me, it's nice to share this space again with you guys. I think together we are going to take this discussion to a logical conclusion this evening, like we always do every day. But there are so many things that were displayed here today, and then I think it's only reasonable to just talk about a few of them. Yeah, at times, and depth is better than spread, and I think I'll follow depth today. Wow. Then for the guy that's the video, the one that was indicting the Labour Party and Peter Obi that we ought to have done more. You see, if you look at that video, if you look at his viewpoints from one side, you might easily be carried away that is correct. But for me, like I've said, I'm never going to use the statistics that came out from INEC to analyze that election, because immediately you do that, you are falling into a very big trap which INEC has set for everybody. Till today, they kept saying that how many million people voted. That's the official statistics. But we know if they had allowed free and fair election, the number of people that voted would have been more than that. We know if they have given room for free and fair collection of the PVC, we know the number of PVC collected would have been more than that. We know if they have tabulated all the figures, we know the statistics would have been completely different. So for me, take Plateau State, for example, take Lagos State, for example. What about Nasarawa, even Enugu? We saw everything that happened. We saw how they reduced the number of voters. So it becomes, I don't want to say despicable, to use that kind of statistics to analyze the election and to use it to hold some group of people accountable that they didn't do enough. They did enough, and I think it was the handiwork of INEC that led to that. From EC or not, INEC, they knew exactly what they were up to, and that is exactly what they did on that day. And so, by extension, I think what I feel the guy should have done, if you are really clamoring, like I said, is his perspective anyway. The way I see it, if I want to clamor for a better election, better than 2027, I shouldn't even be clamoring for having more agent. What I should be clamoring for is the electronic voting, the one that was signed into law. They should make it very clear that any election that is not digitally captured at the polling unit, such elections should be cancelled. So if the argument is that if we want to get better for 2020, if we want to get prepared, we should champion Labour Party members at the various House of Assemblies, even at the national level, and the opinion leaders and the people that matter. We should pressurize them so that everybody will put hands on deck to make sure that these constitutional provisions are attended to before the 2027 so that it becomes law. It does not now rest on the antics of any person, of any Supreme Court judges. It will not rest on their antics, their whims and caprices, and their willpower to determine who becomes the next president or who takes what. Look at all the governorship election. Ododo of Kogi State has been returned. The Supreme Court has given him a pass mark. The same thing, like 3 or 4 governors were returned today. The same Supreme Court, in a clear case of election malpractice, violation, and everything. Now, the reason I'm talking about this, you see this from EC8. Let's not forget the election in Imo State, the one that brought Hope Uzodinma in his first time. And that was the case, APC and co. Then Uzodinma Hope on one side versus Ihedioha, Emeka, PDP and co on one side. Do you know this from EC8? The reason I'm saying, I think somebody mentioned who's from EC8 will be respected. Is it the one of INEC? Is it the one of the political parties? Or is it the one of the police? Do you know, Nigerians, your courts, they relied on the Form EC8A, a photocopy submitted by a policeman. They jettisoned the ones that were submitted by the political parties and even INEC. Because the one submitted by INEC also indicted INEC. So in order to make sure that Uzodinma Hope won that election, they had to go and rely on the one, it was a policeman. Una no dey hear, na policeman testify when they take give Hope Uzodinma, when they take make am governor. So in effect, Nigeria, it was one policeman that made Hope Uzodinma the governor of Imo State, despite having from EC8A incredible bodies, with credible bodies. The judge, they went as far as relying on, as long as the one from the PDP, the one from the APC, the one from the INEC, that there are controversies in the three. So it's going to go with the one with the police. And on that same fateful date, it wasn't even the original copy. It was a photocopy that the policeman brought from the back of his pocket. That was what made Uzodinma Hope the governor of Imo State. And you know, we sit down and be pointing our short fingers at the West, at the colonial masters, for the things that we cannot do. We're still talking about election. Now, I think somebody was reeling out statistics about the number of polling agents. I think on the surface, that is actually the correct picture. But the statistics, boy, if you want to look down at the statistics, Labour Party supporters, the PDP supporters, APC supporters, even UNPP supporters, Zenith Labour Party supporters, I want to assure you that you all have the exact number of agents that you are supposed to have on your polling unit. Now, the 80,000, we have 4,519 polling units in Edo State. And this 4,519 polling units, we have 17 political parties. So it means each of these political parties, they are supposed to provide about 4,519 polling agents. That's what each political party is supposed to present. But out of these 17 political parties, a lot of the political parties, they didn't present anybody at all. And some of them, they presented very minimum number of people. So at the time you add up all the number of agents presented and use that to do the division, it will appear that it is only 56%, which is actually right from what, I think it was Mr. Jonathan or Dr. CM, I don't know, which was actually right from the analysis. But that is not the picture. The picture is that there are enough agents, and I can assure you that 6 political parties have at least one polling agent as required by the law in every polling unit. It will even shock us to know that of all the 6 political parties that I mentioned, it is the Labour Party that is missing one agent. Labour Party has 4,518 and we have 4,519 polling units. The APC has all 4,519. The PDP has all 4,519. The UNPP has all 4,519. Zenith Labour Party, mark that party. That's the party they used in spoiling the Labour Party's chances in one of the previous elections, because they just, you see, that Zenith Labour Party is so close to the Labour Party. So the Labour Party, the chances of losing votes to that party is very high. And guess what? They have 4,518 polling agents. Then the AA has 4,320 polling agents. Shamefully, the AAC, so race party, had only 121 polling agents. I think it's only when it's time to flog Peter Obi that is when they are charged up. This is not to take anything from what Sowore has done. I like what he has been doing, but I think this was a very good opportunity for him to present a very solid ground, because we are talking about democracy. You want to become
Mr. Chris, which source is those polling unit agenda you are putting out? From which source? From INEC or from any other third-party source?
Yeah, it is from INEC. The figures, if you were the one that did the analysis, the figure that you gave was completely correct, but it is the distribution that's the problem. Because when you said 56%, it is actually 56%. But this 56% was not brought by all 17 political parties. Because out of these 17 political parties, only about 8 of them actually had the correct, only about 5 of them actually had the correct number of polling unit agents. Then the rest, some had 300, some had 400, some had 1,000, some had 900. It's just like, for example, in Nigeria now, you bring crude from Bayelsa, for example. You take this crude to the federal level and you share amongst all the states. So somebody is now saying that if you brought crude for 10 million naira and you have to share that 10 million naira across the state, and somebody is now saying that Bayelsa State has only 1 million. But technically, Bayelsa State contributed 10 million to the purse. So technically, that 44,000 that you also mentioned is also very, very correct. But out of that 44,000, close to 30,000 belong to the 5 giant political parties that I mentioned. So the other 14,000 is shared by the other 11 political parties. So that is why seemingly it will look as if it is only 56% that is completed. But actually, at least 5 political parties will be having 5 polling agents per polling unit. So it is going to be tick for tack. It is going to be eye for eye. It is going to be watch me, I watch you. Unless a political party is strong enough or smart enough to kind of cajole or bribe the agent representing the other party, because Nigerians, we are all in for the money. We have very, very few people that cannot be compromised. I'm very sure these polling agents, if you give them money, they can look the other way. So the point I'm making with this, I think there's no need to insinuate that people and some people are just in the game. They are not really serious. No, they are serious. We cannot, based on the fact that the supposed not having enough agents is an indication that they are not serious with the election. And I think somebody even mentioned, say, if our nyash go blow, we go see. If our nyash blow, we go use sellotape, cover them. Because this election in Edo State, people are ready for it. Nobody is in need for play. Because we've also heard that some people say Olumide Akpata is working for APC or is working for PDP. APC says it's working for PDP. PDP says it's working for APC. You know, left, right, and center, we are looking at all of them. But the truth is that Edolite, the stage is set. Don't be discouraged. The only thing that we need to do now is to get out the votes. Go and vote Barrister Osagbovo Olumide Akpata of the Labour Party. And let's not be taken by surprise. UNPP has 4,519 agents. It means UNPP that nobody is aware of. They have at least 1 polling agent in every polling unit of the state. So they satisfy the number. Labour Party, we are missing one person. We they miss 1 person. Then ADP even had 4,489. So the stage is very set. Of course, the PDP and the APC, they have the 4,519. But we all have to understand that this is not going to be a tease party. It's not going to be a walk in the park. Everybody is ready. That is why I like the political consciousness of Edolites. We are so conscious. That is why things like this is that. Who could have thought that the Zenith Labour Party will also be able to produce the exact number of polling agents. Well, Mr. Njawat, I don't want to drag this more than this because I know I've spoken more than my time. In the second round, I'll continue. Thank you very much, Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. Njawat. Thank everybody for listening. Good evening.
Okay. Okay, Chris, thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thank you for
Mr.
that
Elvis.
You have to wait, sir. You have to wait, please. Just bullet point what you want to say down. Let me just finish with everybody on the panel. I still have 3 people to go. Let me call on Abdul Malik. Abdul Malik, please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody in the panel. Good evening, Nigeria. In the first place, if Nigeria is a country that work, they will not conduct election. They are telling you to go to court. What happened last year, 2023 election, February 25? There is three election was held: presidential election, selectoral election, and House of Representatives. Why is it that only presidential election, the glitches came to the IRF? Why? Other true was going through, but only presidential election there was glitches. You will also say that question first. That is a criminal attempt. If our judiciary know what they are doing, from there you will know that the thing is not normal. There were still elections here that day, but only presidential election there was glitches. Why? That is a question we need to ask ourselves, and which I believe, out of the unit we have in Nigeria, in the whole federation, I believe OB EC8A certificate. He has some of those certificates, and he brought it to judiciary. It's not by that EC8 certificate. Judiciary, they are corrupt. Even though you bring all the certificate, they will do what they will do. Yeah, they will not even listen to a certificate. They will do what they will do because the system is corrupt. Only that was safe. 3 election was held. Only 2 was going through, but the other one was not going. Only that one is a suspect. If Nigeria is a country that work, only that one is a very big suspect. But they don't even go. They don't go after that. They don't even ask INEC in the court. The system is not working. We should just know that the system is, everything is corrupt. There is nothing is working in Nigeria. Even that, apart from that, other states, the same thing they did. Like Abia State, why they did not succeed in Abia State is that woman stand on his ground, which is Professor Oti Unenna, the returning officer. According to her, she made a video after the election. She said that there was a call from Abuja. There was a threat everywhere, left and right. But she stood on his right. She did not accept. That is the reason why you see Oti win in that state. The same thing they did in the Lagos state, they did not win anything. Even the Kogi state, they cannot win the election in Nigeria currently. They only ring. They know how to ring APC and PDP. That is their work because the system is not working. After how many years we cannot conduct free and fair election? We are still beating around the bush. After election, you are telling people to go to court. Why can't you conduct free and fair election if you really believe yourself? We don't have country. No, we don't have countries. Like we have set of a gang, which is a cartel that governing us. Those are talks. Those are political talks. How can you conduct election? You are snatching by ballot box up and down like Agbero, like talks. Why can't do the free and fair election like other Western Europe developed country do? But look at the way we are conducting election. We must share one or two things. Oh yeah, imagine it's not right. Just like we are behaving like animals according to white people, the way they look us. We don't have country. Yeah, we don't have country. According to that That man that talk about Asha Yusuf. Yeah, but for me, in a court, when somebody complain, according to when somebody complain, you will know, you will hear from the both side, with the complainer and the accuser. You will not just use from the complainer and decide. You will still hear from the accuser to know the right, to know the truth. You understand? Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
All right, Abdul Malik, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your submission. Okay, let me call on Black Panther. Black Panther, thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Okay, Black Panther, you're not there. I'll just move on right now. Oga Joe, I don't know if you are ready now. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
I'm here. Yes.
Hold on, Black Panther. I feel call you, no answer. Just hold on. Oga Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we'll be calling you since you no answer. Anyway, good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us again today. Please talk to us.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you guys again.
Thank you, sir.
Nigeria matter will not finish, but we just have to say because we love the country, we are from there, we are born there, we hope to go back there and live our lives. And 2023 election, I think it was a disaster to Nigeria. Why I say so, that was where we have opportunity to have a free and fair election. We have the great opportunity, but INEC destroyed the hope. INEC completely destroyed the hope because we're almost there. Because why? That was the first time we see Nigeria youth volunteer to participate in election. Come together and participate in election, but INEC just destroyed the hope. I hope we have the opportunity again. And presidency, we already see this coming when Tinubu won the election. That's why I'm not surprised what is happening in Nigeria today. Anybody that says surprised, it be my imagination. You don't need to surprise because we already see this coming. And the day Senate appoints Akpabio won the Senate president, I know this tenure of Tinubu is gone. He's gone. I completely know he's gone. I was hoping Ozukalu could take that position, but immediately I see Akpabio took it. I said, no. That is the end. Because this Akpabio is a man that was given a minister for 2 years in Niger Delta. He left that ministerial seat with disgrace, coming back to become a senior president. When Akpabio was a governor under PDP, Akpabio used 8 years to build the stadium. That was only meaningful project in doing Akwa Ibom State. So we know all those people, we know them. I don't know. When Tinubu himself is addicted, naturally, I now gather all those men to himself. How will he succeed? How will Nigeria go? I don't see Nigeria. I don't know. Nigeria is going to get worse. Let's be honest. Because there's no plan, there's no future, there's nothing, there's no hope. The economic has been damaged.
Joe, please, Oji Uzokalu is not better than Akpabio. Please.
No,
it's not.
The reason why I say so, because there's an disagreement between the disagreement.
No. Oji Uzokalu is even worse. Should be worse than Akpabio.
It'll be better than Akpabio.
It cannot be. It cannot. Oji Uzokalu, hey, person where carry Abia State for in stomach.
They're all safe that because you see all those men that are surrounding him, boom. There's no way things can work. It can't work. There's no magic Tinubu will do that things will work. And secondly, somebody that said Eminokon means my turn to come and chop. So what are we expecting? I don't know what Nigeria is. I'm not surprised with what is happening in Nigeria today. So that is why I keep saying we Nigerians still need to come together and see if we can go back to 2023 election. That election will be the best election in Nigeria if INEC did not destroy it. It destroyed in later hour. Because we all knew Obi won that election. We all know Obi because why Nigeria decided to give that vote to Obi, but INEC destroyed the hope. I just pray we have the opportunity again. I don't see the opportunity coming again soon. I don't see it coming soon because now, even because if you see, that's why people keep talking about Labour. Labour Party is not a party, honestly. If you are talking about obedience, I will understand. Labour Party is not a party. And disobedience already, most of them already lost hope in disobedience group. They already lost hope because of what people have been talking about, issue of not be accountable for so many things. There was so many phone calls everywhere that nobody was supposed to be accountable. Nobody's time to be accountable. So many things go wrong already. If Obi had won the election, maybe we would have reorganized. But not losing the election is a big minus to obedience already because people have been patiently to wait to see if actually somebody will stand as an obedient president. Okay, let me take responsibility of what has happened before and account for so many things that nothing works. So it is a big setback. That's why I said 2027, it will be difficult already. It will be difficult. You can't get that force again. To get that force will be difficult. Unless maybe miracle just happen. Which I don't see it coming. So I don't expect anything from this government. What we need to do as we youth, I'm not talking because even the so-called we call elders, they have lost hope in Nigeria, but they don't want to come out and tell you. That's why everybody is fighting for their pocket. They have lost hope already. People in government have lost hope. I just there to fight for their pocket because they have lost hope in Nigerian government. So everybody is look for a way to just acquire wealth for his family, for a born family, make sure he has so many investment around himself, around his family and all that. Because if actually you're in government, you think you are both government, you're sure they're going to work. You won't be afraid of tomorrow as a politician, as a leader, but they are afraid of tomorrow. Because why? They don't trust in Nigeria, they are governor. They are trying, they are managing, they're hiding their affairs. They don't trust it. The leader don't trust it. The governor don't trust it. The senator don't trust. Nobody trusts the government. Nobody trusts the Nigeria system as a whole. So is everybody trying to accumulate wealth for himself, for his family. So it's a difficult thing. I don't know how it's going to, how that force can come back. Because we keep talking. We have to look for a lasting solution. If those set of people does not leave government, it won't work. There's no way Nigeria will work. Nigeria can't work. Because this 4 years of Tinubu now is a waste. It's going to be a total disaster at the end of the year, at the end of the because now they're already planning for 2027 when things are not working. So we're already talking about election already when things are not working. That is why it says that they are looking for everything to win all the state. So they have abandoned the people, abandoned the poor masses that are thinking about 2027 election. So we have a long way to go, a very big long way. I don't know how these things can work out. Nigeria really need to sit together and see how things can work out. Whether Nigeria in diaspora or Nigeria anywhere, so far we are Nigeria, we need to find a way to make sure all those 40% of those people in government leave. They have to leave one way or the other. Look at Kenya. Look at those nearby Africa countries. They take the boom by their own and take all those people away from their government. That's the only way it can work. I was thinking this riot that just take this protest that take place may be a challenge you come from anywhere, but you see how they fraud it, how they cage it, the protest, they cage it. That's a Tinubu handwork. I know Tinubu very well. It's a very cage protest. I was thinking maybe you to take chance. That's the only way it can work. It's only by violence. If you don't do that, nothing can work. Just like what Kenya did, Burkina Faso. Those are the things that can work in Nigeria. Apart from that, there's no way. So I just pray to God. God give us the life to live. God keep us alive to make sure we witness a good Nigeria again, and all of us will come together and support one way or the other support to ensure we have that good governance. Because without good governance, The masses will suffer. Our generation will suffer. Generation yet to born will suffer because we are destroying the future of Nigeria. The leaders, they are destroying the future of Nigeria. They have borrowed so much money to, you borrow money and squander the money, borrow money and share. I remember 2022, a governor in Nigeria was crying they are printing money, but nobody listened to the governor. We actually found out the money was actually printed. Those are the things that was happening under AP. That's why I said APC coming to Nigeria government was a disaster because they have no plan. They just came by chance. They never believed they're going to be in government. That's why you see, you cannot have a credible candidate in APC. So once more again, please, Edo, let me just give me a minute to just talk about Edo election. Please, whoever, let's support the best person to win the Edo election so that we also enjoy the benefit of democracy in Edo state. Please, I don't believe in any political party. I believe in an individual. But my candidate is Asra Godalo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joe. It's good to have you on the show today. Thanks for your submission. You have enough time. Don't worry. Your final submission to talk about your candidate later on. The last person on the panel is Black Panther. Please talk to us.
Nigel, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, my brother, my blood brother. Good evening to everybody, all the UK, European guys. Good evening to you all. At least people are now, you are in the evening now. While we are just right about, we are just about 4:39. So I would say thanks to everybody that have spoken. The last brother that spoke, I can see a lot of sort of disappointment in when you were speaking. Everybody's disappointed. Everybody just disappointed. Nigeria is in a confused state now. I want to thank every other people that are listening and the commenters. May God bless everybody. I want to thank my mommy. I know they forget you. May God bless you richly and give you good health in Jesus' name. I want to say something here. I want to ask a question. What are we really expecting from the Nigerian politicians in this election? Are we expecting an election that will be done in a normal situation where you have abnormality roaming around to be citizens of Nigeria? We shouldn't expect anything. What we should be expecting is rigging. Serious rigging that have never been done in the history of Nigeria will happen in Edo State. Whether you put what they call it, put agent there, the serious rigging. The question we should be asking ourselves now is how are we going to change this thing to become normal? Change it and have a normal situation in Nigeria. I think that's what we should be asking, because this election that is coming up in Edo State it has already tribalized. I don't know whether it's only me that is saying it. I've been saying it for more than 3 weeks now. It has already been tribalized because when you say Emilio Con, it's tribal. When you say it is my turn of this section of the state, it's tribal. You've turned it to be tribal because those people will sing their song and shouting. If you say anything, whether you bring any good person, they will sing a wrong song and they say it is the turn of our tribe to rule. That is what I've been avoiding because that divides the entire state. It has divided us now. And the next thing you will see now become they say let's create another state out of Edo State. That is another thing that was coming up. People don't even know how states were created. It was due to this issue of my tribe rule now, this one rule next, that one rule next. That is what brought about creation of states. That is exactly what brought about creation of states. What is making people to say, we want to divide now? Because we've not really questioned ourselves. How are we going to live together to have a formidable thing? We've not even sat down. The president is going here. They kidnap 20 doctors. He's traveling. This one is talking. Another one, the Boko Haram is doing his own. I was on X now. A Muslim cleric said he give the power to every of their people in the north to carry arms. The other one came now. The other Hausa man came. He said Fulani is spying our own spiritual leader. Therefore, we will go after them. Nigeria is in a confusion. It seems most of us, we don't even know what is happening. They're just giving all lyrics. We are just following it. Look, let me say something about our brother that spoke about the Labour Party. And everybody is expecting, to hear where Labour Party have stolen money. They will not counter. I have said it. They are thieves. You see? We are just making a mockery of ourselves. Because one thing I want to ask our Aisha, I want to ask, why should Aisha hold the money of an election that his own party is participating in and is asking questions? I want to see the people that is the agent. That is absurd. There is hierarchy. There is protocol. Ask for the state chairman. The chairman will give you the names. You give the money to the state chairman. You don't have any right to question because you do your portion so that we win the election. So you don't have any right to hold that money as a person and as a party member when you have hierarchy and you have a system. You are not the police of the party. Your own is that you should make sure that everything given to you, you disburse to the right appropriate kind. If the other hands want to use it illegally, that is problem. But you have done your own portion. That is what is supposed to be done. Don't be the police of the party. That is not your jurisdiction. That is where I found it wrong. And I've already, this thing is growing from level to level. The other time, a minister held the money, transferred the money of a whole country into his account. And he said he did it his own way. That is how the thing is. It's becoming a culture. You are seated in a position, they gave you money, disburse the money. If the other person wants to use it, let him, and the law will catch up with him. But clean your own self of that thing. This is not your right to hold the money. You don't have the right over that money. It's a party money, and it's a must. You must disburse the money. And I want to go over to our brother that spoke. He spoke well. If his advice that he's advising is giving a good advice, but I want to talk to him. You see, your good advice, we have said it all year. We have deliberated on it in Nigeria very clearly. And I want to ask, why is it that everybody is not asking INEC? Why should INEC have a problem in election, disputing the result of an election, and you said there's glitches, and the glitches was not even proven to us all. The result of election was not even brought to the IRF. We did not see it, and you proclaim one person as the winner. Look, this our illegality that we don't want to iron out. Everybody want to find fault in one party or one other party. We need to iron out the INEC procedure. Is the procedure, is it the right of one man to say this is the person I'm going to give this result to, or it is his right to open it up to give us the right result and make sure that every vote is counted and it's released to us for us to see. And another thing again, the judiciary. You see, the judiciary is a corrupt entity. A very big, is the bane of our problem. They've lost their salt. They've lost everything that they got to do. Okay, what right is the judiciary have to say a result that have not been completed, and you now said they now announced the result and there was glitches, and the glitches, they explain it to you that there was no glitches, that somebody switched it off. You could not look at the evidence, and you now said Abado is declared the winner. What an audacity! That INEC will decide who to govern us. That is sacrilegious in a modern day world that we are now. Judiciary is to interpret the constitution, and if every part of the constitution is not well, the procedure is not well followed, he has the right to call them back to go and follow the procedure and come back to me. Let us see the result. That is the work of Supreme Court. Supreme Court is not to tell you that this man won election. No, he doesn't have right to declare who wins the election. The only thing he has the right to do to look at the procedure and tell them the procedure was not done in a due process, and you have to go back and do it. That is what Supreme Court should do. To fish out the abnormality, because the power of the people supersede the power of judiciary. The power of the people supersede the power of judiciary, because it is the people that brought about the establishment of judiciary. So they must do things in a normal way and stop these abnormalities of the law. And I want to say here, you see, we need to start facing the reality of things in Nigeria. If they bring all these topics, they want us to just focus on the main problem of Nigeria. We don't be like fowl where they put corn for ground. Fowl just corn. Everybody just be stop anyhow. That is the picture of Nigeria. We have no law. We have nothing to hold on to. We have no constitution to hold on to. We have no rights over our own country. That is what it means. We are just living, and we are just bearing that name like a billboard, Nigeria. But we don't have rights over our country. We cannot talk. Now, what Abado is doing now, I heard online in X, I was monitoring it, they started taking on journalists. They started taking journalists into prison. They started kidnapping journalists into prison. The question we should ask now, if you juxtapose this Abado regime and Buhari regime, let us look at it. Are they not the same? Or even are we not worse? Because the money being stolen by civilians is 10 times the money being stolen by the military. Look at it. Let us be very straightforward. Go and look at the money stolen by the judiciary, the military, and look at the amount of money, and look at the lives that were being lost in the civilian, and look at the lives that were lost in the military regime. You cannot even counter it. So what are we practicing? And I God bless you. And I want us to know that the bane of our problem is that we have not sat down to define a nation. Until we do that, we will be like a child, the prodigal son. And this kind of prodigal son, we don't even have a father to run to. That is our own kind of prodigal son. May God bless you, Nigeria, and may God bless everyone. Let us continue to speak on the main problem Nigeria has, and let us iron it out. Let us brainstorm it, and people are listening to us. May God bless every one of us.
Thank you, Black Panther. God bless you, my brother. Thank you. All right, I appreciate every one of you right there. Thank you so much for your time with us. Continue to press on the like button, help us to share. I appreciate you, all my people. We're going to have our final submission now. We're starting with Olumide that's just coming to us. Then we'll take it from there. Oga Olumide, it's good to have you on the panel. Please talk to us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. You don't go double down for me. I mean,
Okay, I give you the same 8. I give you the same 8 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So first, I want to
Omo Odua, Okari, welcome.
Thank you. I want to shed a little bit light, context to Aisha Yusuf's the guy who talked. See, that guy that talked, I beg, men are not listening to that guy. That guy is very ignorant. These are guys who just want to cause confusion. I don't belong to any political party. I'm just an onlooker who has been observing things going on in my country for a while now, and want things to abode well for the country. Aisha Yusuf was on another platform a couple of months ago, Dr. Damage's platform, and I'm sure CM you would remember she mentioned the issue of agents. A lot of agents a problem for Labour Party, and the issue, and she did mention that she was responsible for paying these agents their stipends, but it was very difficult. She did mention that there were logistical problems and challenges, that it was very difficult trying to find out who and who was who, you understand? So that they're not giving money to people who just want money for money, because she said they were putting her under a lot of pressure to pay monies that cannot, to people that cannot be accounted for, that she couldn't verify. So she did mention that challenge, and maybe this is something that any other political party or Labour Party in the next set of elections, like the EDO election, want to look into, to making sure that they have a system where the agents are paid without any rancor, so that, and she did mention that maybe in that regard, some of these agents may have sabotaged the true work that they should have done to making sure that they play their part in Labour Party getting their votes, their validly elected votes. So she did mention that, and I remember. So don't let that guy come and throw sand inside Gary and come and malign that lady's name, because they are taking that story to another trajectory now. That is the issue of Aisha Yusuf. I don't know her from Adam, but I've listened to her story. I've listened to her platform. You understand? And to allow somebody to come and then say rubbish and malign her image. You understand? It's not. I don't think it's right. You understand?
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me.
Okay. Do Labour Party not have state chairman that Aisha will liaise with to make sure that the delegate, I mean, whatever that stands on the polling booth for them will be taken care of? Don't they have hierarchy in the party?
I don't know how. She did mention that these were things that they could have, maybe for the benefit of foresight. These are things that they could have organized to make sure that it was rancor free, so that there's no issue of this person stole money or that. Maybe next time if they could have done it, maybe it could have been e-transfer, it could have been proper documentation, you understand?
Okay,
Accounting, to making sure
Olumide,
she's not holding on. If she holding on to any money that belongs to Labour Party.
Mr. Olumide.
Yes.
Is it also from that session or that platform where you said that she was? Did he also mention this payment as being before or after election voting ends? Was it before or after?
She didn't. I don't know about the specifics of
Okay, all
whether
right. So
before
because
or
I think
after.
that's a
But
critical point.
she did mention that she was being pressured to transfer money to people that couldn't be verified, and that certain people were putting pressure on her to transfer money to people who couldn't be verified.
The
And see, I
verification.
want see one thing. I
Sorry,
want to,
Olumide, Mr. Olumide.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
Wait. I want you guys to be very careful. I've been following things quietly underneath. I don't belong to Labour Party. I don't belong to your party, but I know there are differences. She may not be a supporter of Akpata. You may be a supporter of Akpata. Don't bring allegations that you know cannot be proven out in public. You don't smear people's name with allegations you can't prove. I've listened to you talk on this platform. You are somebody that I think I appear to respect based on your submission. But in this regard, I'm going to push back. I know you support Akpata. She doesn't support Akpata from her
No,
body
no, no, no,
language.
no, no. I'm not a supporter of Akpata, Mr.
You know, from
Olumide.
her body language. So don't smear
Mr.
her.
Olumide,
You
please,
guys
please.
can
I'm not
be
a
in the same.
supporter.
Listen,
I'm not a supporter of Akpata. It's
you
clear,
guys
everybody.
may let me
Even
finish. Let me finish. You guys may
the
be in the same political party and have differences. Just like Democratic Party. There are people who support Harris, there are people who support Biden, there are people who support in the same party. So let's make that clear. Don't let that guy who Elvis played on earlier come and cause rancor among you guys. What he's saying is nonsense, and cannot be proven, has no basis. Has she held on to any money that belonged to the party after those people were paid before or after the election? Has she held on to any?
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear. I can hear you.
Olumide, we can't hear you anymore. Sorry.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear
Need to
you.
move.
Olumide went
We
off.
lost you there. Round up.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
So that is the issue with regards to the Aisha one. I just want you guys to be careful. Don't let that guy's video. In fact, you shouldn't have even given that video airtime, because what the allegations he was making were without basis or facts, and you shouldn't have given him airtime because you're just adding fuel to fire, and you allow some people who are enemies of your party organization to come and cause rancor. And again, with regards to the justice system, the judicial system has failed Nigeria. But I want to speak to an issue that may not be related to what you guys are talking about, but is related to the fact that we want change in that country. You understand? If you guys have been following the media, online media, you have heard about the issue of the MFM issue, where some people were jailed for 9 years without proper justice, and that is setting High Court judge, seeing the evidence, made judgments, and make sure that justice was served. Did you guys follow that in the media? I know the
No.
Nigerian media may not carry it, but there was an issue of about 3 men that was wrongfully incarcerated for 9 years by the police, based on charges that they robbed them. They were going to rob MFM. They were going to kill the general overseer of MFM. In 9 years, they were, and all the evidences that the police and MFM brought, the judges after 9 years threw them out. For me, this is evidence that there are still good people in that country, justices, you understand, who can do right. But the bad eggs who control our judicial system, in fact, all of our institutions are not, I don't believe they are in the majority. And they have corrupted. And there's a proverb that says that when the head of a rotten fish, when it goes rotten, when the head of a fish it's going to affect the whole body. So they've deliberately put rotten people at the head of these very key institutions. And you know that when the head is rotten, it is difficult for the body to not be part of it. So there are still people there who can do the right thing. Go and read up online about the issue of MFM, and you will see so many YouTube channels that talked about the story. You understand? That talked about the story of these 9 people who were jailed without proper justice. This woman, after 9 years, threw all the evidences out and freed these men. Now, these men are in the process of seeking redress and claiming damages for all these trumped up charges by the police and MFM. That one is in the process. Now, see, which brings me to the point that, see, when people are talking, even our constitution is very simple. There is no hanky-panky about this English. You know, as imperfect as we are saying this constitution is, there's no hanky-panky about this whole thing. These guys are just deliberately corrupt. You understand? In this constitution, people will say, "Oh, you can't." Some people will make statements like, "You can't get what you didn't present. You can't if you didn't bring this evidence before the judge wouldn't help you, won't give you what you didn't ask for." We are talking about our country. We are talking about INEC, which is supposed to be an institution that is run by taxpayers' money, that is supposed to serve the integrity of the country, serve the unity of the country, so that we are one, to make things free and fair. I just want to read a part of the Constitution that says that guides the election, the INEC's conduct in the election. Section 136. The Attorney General of the Federation of States may represent INEC in an election petition with the written consent of the Commission. Section 144. 148 is prevent persons that have voted from being coerced to state who they have voted for in the courts or tribunal. This is consistent with the provision. Now, the very key area I want to read is Section 151. An election tribunal or court has wide powers under the Electoral Act to inspect a document, polling document, or any packet in the custody of the Chief National Electoral Commissioner, that is INEC chairman, if it is needed to establish, sustain, or defend an election petition. It may also compel the Chief National Electoral Commissioner, the INEC chairman, to submit any other documents. An electoral tribunal or court is prohibited from declaring any person that has not participated in nothing. So what I'm saying is that if there are documents that Labour Party or any other party has presented to the court that has not shed light on evidence or solving the case, or maybe by APC, you understand? The chairman, the election tribunal can summon the INEC chairman to present such documents, or even call external or call the police to say, you know what, IG of the police, can you please look into this case for me and making sure that what INEC is even bringing is real and is not made up. These are people who are just deliberately there to sabotage, to put them so that they can continue to steal resources, impose themselves on the people and steal resources. It has come to a point that people must, we missed an opportunity to say, you know what, if INEC will not declare the results of that last election, then people will not leave INEC office or the polling units.
Right. Thank you.
So I rest my case there.
Thank you, Oga Lumide. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Okay, everybody don't talk on this platform. Let's have our final submission. We're already 5 hours. Wow. Although I spent 2 hours, almost 2 hours for a side for presentation, so I don't blame you now. 3 hours on another use for a side. But meanwhile, let's move on for our final submission. I'd like to move on.
That 2 hours, give us back now. That's 2 hours for that presentation. Give us back.
No, wahala.
I go give you back.
Madam,
you know, say you go present your own too.
Why not give us back? Why
The
not
2
give
hours
us
now
back?
your own.
Because they call am brother and now you say him go to your side. Okay, give us our 2 hours back, I beg.
See now you don't go tribalism now. See you. We dey talk now, you don't talk brother.
all right. Okay, Madam Patricia is not available anymore, I guess. Let's move on to the next person, which is give us a mandate. Please give us your final submission. 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be one response to that guy who say I go tribalism. You see terror for my face?
Talk for say 4 minutes.
We go talk for inside your 4 minutes. Ogbeni.
Okay, Elvis, give my 2 hours back. No, they allow this boy we say come from Oyo State, they come, they drag us for here. Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's been a good day. This is a family. I love this family. Honestly, every day I look forward to this family. Mr. Elvis, thank you very much. Obatabia one of Nigeria, or we say Obatabia one of Africa. Thank you so much for all that you do. We do appreciate you. Well, on the issue of the judiciary, unfortunately, Ariwoola is from Oyo State. If Oyo people want to deal with him, they know what they will do. They know what to do. But it just shows the desecration that has been brought into our judicial system. And so Nigerians, I think somebody was talking about refreshing the country, and then Black was talking about resetting the country. Honestly, Nigeria needs a reset. And we need someone like Jerry Rawlings that can reset the country, honestly. Nigeria is due for a reset and a refresh of that country. Because these guys that you see today that are pioneers as politicians, they will never change. They can never change. Why? Because they are just there to steal. They are just there to loot. They are just there to plunder. These guys will never change. If I let Nigerians be pieing on the street and they see them fall and pie, these guys will never change. But we are the one to reset the country. And so people, how we do it, I don't know, but we have to do it. We have to do it. So let's keep the fight. Let's keep the show continues. Do lights, please. Media Akpata is the choice, not Aswe, not Okpewolo. Okpewolo and Aswe are the same. You cannot separate them. INEC, Okpewolo, Aswe are the same. The only differential is Media Akpata. So vote for him and let's start with Children's Day. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Have a blessed night. We'll meet you again tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother. Give us a mandate for making that swift. God bless you. Okay. Let me quickly go on to Mr. Jonathan. Please, you have your final submissions. 4 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, thank you once again. Let me just quickly say this. And it was Mr. Givos Amande. We talked about the Form EC8A. You see, Form EC8A presently, as the Electoral Act or law is presently constituted, it is one of the most important documents as it stands right now. Until the time when the law is amended to say all votings or any form of voting that is not uploaded at the polling unit is declared void until such time. Until such time. If we have that,
Mr. Jonathan, can you allow me, sir?
Yeah.
I didn't say it's not important. I know it's important. What I'm saying is, if we had allowed every result to be declared from a polling unit, like Mahmoud Yakub said, we'll honestly pay less attention to the form.
They did. Remember that at the polling unit, they announced, all this video about OB1, OB2, all those things. They did. Everybody have it.
Yeah, but they didn't look. They didn't pay attention to that. Okay, now can INEC tell us the result?
That's why, see, political parties that are serious, we not only rely on the Form EC8A, but we'll also have a camera. Their polling unit agent. There will be maybe an assistant polling unit agent, maybe another person that will, at that point in time, there is a camera. You have to record. You must have that 2-3 minute recording to match the Form EC8A. These are just simple common sense things that I think Nigerians are too smart not to know.
No, Mr. Jonathan.
Yeah.
The Form ECA is from INEC, isn't it?
No, Form EC8A, yeah, is INEC form, but it will be in 3 copies. I mean,
yes,
actually,
the only copy the law allow is the one that comes from INEC when undergoing the tribunal. That's what they said.
See, we're talking about, what we're doing, what is on the mind of each and every one of us is the court process. That if eventually this thing gets to court in front of the Nigerian judge, and we all know them, we know their mind, we know how they deal, we know that they are corrupt, but you must not give them the room to practice their shenanigans. You must be prepared for them. So if you have the Form EC8A, and again, that brings me to what Mr. Chris also said. He was talking about how Hope Uzodinma emerged. Yes, it was the police. Not until when, first of all, the copy submitted by the other party, PDP, was that of the polling unit. And then they had to go and bring the police copy. So you must have, if INEC will step aside, INEC will pretend as if they don't have. We know the game they are playing. They want the court now to revert the appropriate value of this document. Number one is INEC copy. If INEC copy is not available for any reason, the court then goes to the police copy. If the police copy is not available for any reason, they then go to the party copy. So it is incumbent on political parties to make sure that the copy that they have is exactly the same that the police also has. As I said, you have to match it with video evidence as well.
Mr. Jonathan, sorry, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Why is it that the judiciary, the justice sitting down there, why is it that since INEC refused to give the copies to the Labour Party, why didn't they use the copy that the Labour Party and other party brought forward to them?
They will go the next step. You see, the law, by the Evidence Act, when they use the first one, which is the INEC, which is the agency, the next one now comes to the security agency, right? They will use that. Then if that also there are issues with that, then they come to the party one. So it is incumbent on party to make sure they have their copy and their copy. So if you have 4,000, as we have in Edo State now, 4,519 polling units, and it all of a sudden, it just happens that almost all of them do not match the police copy. A judge will use his common sense now. It cannot be. So your copy must match that of the police, but you must have your copy. And again, I want to go to what the video the guy shows, and Mr. Olumide. See, what the guy said is credible. That's my own position. Entirely credible. You may have your own submission on anything. With that, I ask you a question. The payment to Aishat, or the payment that Aishat is supposed to make to polling unit agent, was the payment before election, or before the election starts, or after election ends on that day? Because it must be after election ends, and each polling unit agent must have submitted their form EC8A. It's simple common sense. If a polling unit, because that is the proof that you actually showed up. If you go to work, there be in the West here, people will clock in, clock out. That's a proof that you
No, they divide into two. They pay them half, and when they submit the form, they pay them the remaining one.
Yeah, but whichever way.
Thank you. Your time is over.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Elvis. It's unfortunate. I really want to dwell on the polling unit, agent issue.
But at the end of the day, time don't pass. Say when I they listen to. Thank you anyway, Oga Jonathan. They listen to when people they talk. Say that one they talk like they want to talk. I just say this. I don't even have energy for this kind of discussion anymore.
I pity you, Mr. Elvis. You see, I always know when you start your broadcast, the energy is there. By this time, I understand. You need to, I really understand. You are already, I mean, kudos to you.
Normally, get waiting, you not figure energy to argue, to be honest. There's nothing, but just let it go. For continue to defend when things come to our way, no wahala. Me, I don't have problem with that. Let's see how we can have a better Nigeria that we all want. But let me call on the next person to speak to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, okay. God bless you, sir. Mr. Paul, are you still with us, sir? Okay, let's assume Mr. Paul is not with us anymore. Let me go to Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, are you there before we see him? Mr. Joe. Okay, Mr. Joe is not available. Let me go to Oga CM. Please give us your final submission, sir. 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, my 4-minute submission. Hey, first, let me remind you, Niger Watch. Remember the what is it called? The debate, Edo gubernatorial debate. So any day, because I leave it to you, I rely on you to stream it live here, and then you inform us. So you keep a tab on it, just to remind you anyway. On my list, you see that Uzodinma election in Imo State. There's something you people forgot. Nigerian law said only INEC go tender evidence. INEC went to court, to the tribunal, wherever, to say that Ihedioha had won based on the election, the valid vote they tallied. That one, you see, that was where our system set out, set aside what INEC said and relied on police. INEC is the final. INEC said, yes, it is their duty to tally result and announce that what they've done, Ihedioha is the winner, PDP. How come police or whatever go manufacture result from somewhere? I mean, they said the polling unit that wasn't added. This avoided results. So they used it to declare number 4 to be number 1. I think that's what really happened. They didn't use they never bothered with INEC. But they will tell you that INEC is the person the tribunal or the law we rely on to give evidence, and the INEC justify the making Hedioha before them. But because of the deal Buhari had with Hope Uzodinma and all this give Fulani land for Ruga, so they have to do what they did. That is as far as that one goes. Now what was it I want to say? Now the other one is regarding this forthcoming Edo election. Let me say this. Although I support PDP, yes, as well Godalo, but I would like, because part of the tell is not really, I don't want somebody winning with a crooked way. I don't want it. I will appeal first. Let the returning officer, I think it's returning officer, if the person, whether man or woman, will behave like that Professor Oti of Abia State, I don't care. I want things to be done properly. If you win, we all rejoice. I wouldn't like a situation whereby the election, it will not be a brigandage. Everything we start hearing, no, we don't, it wouldn't even give me joy. I want it to be free and fair. That day, very quiet, maybe in about just maybe an isolated incident, if at all, maybe one or two. Everybody, no intimidation. Please go out and cast your vote the way it should be. Let us, for one, get it right. That is my wish, because we will still come here to analyze what happened. To me, it's not a do or die affair for me at all. It is not. All I want is the best. And the best will start by, let us even sort of conduct a good election. Let's say, even if whoever party they said, at least the election, everybody will now say, well, from my polling unit, no fracas, everything went fine, we did it well. Let's not have the case of say somebody, all this type of violence we hear here and there do election. I know the campaign is ongoing, but like I always say, I've made my analysis, found out that Aswe had an age in terms of going to manage, because that is the function of the governor, human and material resources. Going to manage it, I feel that man has what it takes. He has the Midas touch. He will help to do it. Every other thing, it's not everything I react to. I know people will play politics and say whatever they like to say. That is it. But and at the same time, I wish let APC not get in. Not really because of the party, but the chap called this Mondo Kwebolo, it doesn't even show as if he's from Edo State. Edo of all places. I can close my eye that the guy, I can easily say he's an illiterate. He can't express himself. That's one, like everybody has said. I can understand that you're a stammerer if you stammer. But the fact that you want to, you sort of, you put yourself forward to attend an interview. Maybe in the course of doing the interview, people will now hear that you are saying, hey, that is, I can accept that. Say that is nature, but you are not that. You are making the effort, just like Niger Watch comes here every day. You can't fault him for effort. But has he achieved what he's looking for? Not, because it's not in his hand. So if the APC candidate is putting himself forward, maybe you go to different media, different social, and then be talking, even if in the court, let's not know that you are making effort, that you really want to talk to the people. But since you are hiding yourself, even if you are very, very eloquent in speaking, you can deliver, people will be fishing something, say, look, you are hiding away from us. So why can't we get you to come and be on the social media like here or in the mainstream media and speak to people? So that is where I always like to place my reason, so that if you disagree with me, if you fault my logic, then you tell me, I will learn from you. So let him, his handlers or people campaigning, bring him forward. It's for the Edo people. Okay, if you do not want to talk to the people now, is it when you now become governor that people will now say you lock yourself, you cocoon yourself away from the people? You can't even talk. That's what we are meeting with Tinubu today. Because if Tinubu had a debate with the rest of the presidential candidates, or even if he failed, he do it Atiku way, by going to TVC, relaxing his body lawn, residents, they will be interviewing him. But in this case, it didn't happen. So that's why people are getting worked up. Thank you very much, Niger Watch. I give way. Good night, everybody.
Okay, CM, thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Let's move on to the next person. Mr. Joe, are you back now?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, you have your 4 minutes final submission.
Okay, thank you for giving me that 4 minutes. I will go straight to Edo State election. We pray the most capable person win, but Aswa is my candidate, as I said, because just as the last speaker said, I so much believe in Aswa. I so much believe in him because I knew he had the capacity to develop Edo State. He had the capacity to build the youth, which was the most important thing. That is the most important thing because Edo State have so much youth, so much youth. We need a serious development in especially human development that will grow the youth. So which I knew Aswell had. As the Aswell is still the best candidate. I keep saying it. People might not believe me. You will later, if Aswell actually win in the next 2 years, in the next in 2 years time, I pray we'll still be on this group together. I will remind you, he's the best man for this job. We all want Aswell to win. It's not about, because this election is not about party. It's not about supporting one. It's about individual representing the party. That's the most important because they are on. Let me say, Akpata is new in the politics in those states. As well also is new. It's only Modopewo we know that is a senator a lost senator who does not know what he's doing. It's not even out of election. I don't even count a part of the candidate because he has not spoken to Edo people. Edo people have not heard Modi's voice. He has not heard Modi speak. So we don't know whether he's contesting or Shomole is contesting. So it's out of the race. I'm begging everybody supporting Akpata should let's gather together and support her as well. Because for Labour Party winning those, it will be difficult, my brother. Let's be honest. It will be difficult. It's with Nigeria election because Labour Party won and those during presidential election is different from election. Please,
My brother, my brother,
let us not share
my
our
brother,
vote.
my brother, my
I
brother,
keep begging.
my brother. I'm sorry to break your flow. Can I ask you this question?
Ask.
So the question I want to ask you is, what is Asue going to do differently to make the people have faith that PDP that is coming from will deliver when
Okay,
PDP has disappointed them in the past and this current one has failed them in the last 8 years? So what is he going to do differently?
okay. Let me tell you where Obaseki have good intention. What Obaseki lack is a relationship. That relationship builder, Obaseki doesn't have it. I think that's the most difficult thing he has. The most difficult problem he has in as a governor. Because if you don't have it, there's no way you can build the people. You can't build people without a good relationship. That's what Obaseki lack, which Aswe have 100%. 100% he has it. And Aswe know how to build words. So those are the things we need. Now, how much is coming for federal? How much is those the government paying for salary? Now, you can't pay salary. So we need somebody that can make weight for Edo State, which Aswe would, and that is feed. Aswe will do well. I promise you guys, he's going to do well. He's going to do well. Because I understand a Labour Party win the last presidential Edo State. That is different game, different ball game entirely. This is a state election.
All
It's a state
right.
election. We should just support as well because PDP already has a structure in the state for him to win. And another thing again is that I don't see anybody oppressing as well in PDP in those states if as well will become a governor. I don't see anybody that will oppress as well. It's not there. I never see anybody that will oppress him if that is a fear.
Thank you.
So it's going to do well. Thank you, my brother.
I like your calmness when you're promoting your candidate. I really do like your kind of submission, Mr. Joe. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank
To be honest, for me, I just cannot wait for Baseki to be out of there. I just want a new person to come in at between Olumide Akpata and Aswai Godaro. That's it. That's the thing I want. Although we have other candidates, I'm sorry, I can't mention your name because I know you are not on. You are. I don't know if you are even running to become a governor or you just want to make name, gain popularity. The rest of them, but we are only focusing on the 3-horse race. Amongst the 3-horse race, yes.
But Mr. Joe did not answer the question I was asking him. What will Aswell do different
It doesn't work
But
for us when now. You
I
can
just
you
said
answer what Olumide do
answered
different?
answered you. I
Okay,
say
so now, so now they said Obaseki was building a human capital, whatever. So as we also want to build human capital, so that means
It
Obaseki
doesn't work for
is
it. Does
not
it
doing
is
anything.
it's not a spokesperson for us when he just is a supporter like you. You know, if somebody
exactly.
asks you what with Olumide do different, how would you know? Is it not what you know? So it gets like kind of question you don't ask supporters. If now you that still ask that question, I'll shut the person up. Then no, why? He's not a spokesperson for Olumide. He's just supporting Olumide. You know, there's the kind of question you can ask him. Why do you want Olumide to come in? That's the kind of question somebody's supposed to ask. Not what, please tell me what would Olumide do differently. How do I know what Olumide do differently? So just tell
But
me why you
he said
supporting us.
he said he has done ASWA for the past 20 years now.
No, it still
Yeah,
don't
as a
matter. Even though
person,
you know
not as
us
a
when,
governor, as a person.
even
So
though you know us when for the past 100 years, he can only tell you why he's supporting us when I've known him for 3 decades, 2 decades, 10 decades, and this is his antecedents and all that. But what will he do differently? He cannot say that. Nobody can answer that. The only person that can
exactly.
answer that is Aswin.
That's why
If like he was here the other day asking him, a barrister Aswin, what can you do differently from Obaseki? He go tell you. And will you probe Obaseki when you come in? Then he go tell you. So, you know, you cannot ask give us a mandate or Mr. Joe or any other person those kind of questions concerning their candidate. But nevertheless, I like us to move on. For me, like I said before, me or the prim, I can't wait for Obaseki to be out of there. You know, he's boring. His style of leadership, I don't like it at all. You know, although I can't say it fits completely like many of you are saying, but I just need a change. That's why I said 8 years is too long. I wish I'd just give you these people to 2 years. 2 years first 10 years, 2 years again. That's it. 8 years is just too long for one governor to be in office or a president. It's too long. But meanwhile,
another thing again, that was so political enemy in Edo State too. Or Obaseki undergo so many problems in Edo State too. Political enemy.
You say you built a political enemy in Edo State.
Seriously.
Oga, no, my brother, political enemy does not stop progressive. A man that has a progressive mind does not stop him from doing the work that's supposed to do. What are people dodging, hiding things for him like this? I can rule Edo State well. I can rule Edo State very well.
Black Panthers, my brother Joe, I beg you feel name 2 or 3 of the political enemies, just 2 or 3.
Okay, can I come in? You know, Obaseki did not start for. Did they invest
No,
in
just name because of time. Just name the political
because
enemy.
your time don't finish.
Cross carpeting affected Obaseki for like 1 year or 2 years. He struggled to come out cross carpeting.
So why did he resign? Why was he desperate? Why did it got punish our leaders? Made they not they resign.
Okay, you don't name it.
Why can't he just let me resign? Let's move on. He doesn't
so
know.
I've
Please.
just said cross carpeting affected him seriously because he had to work with. Can I finish? He won't settle. You see, Obaseki used like 3 to 4 commissioners. So there's so many things that hinder development in the state. That's what I'm saying. He has so many political enemies in the state.
So then, if he hindered the development, what did he do? What did he do?
I've just said it now. I say he changed like commissioners. He used like 4 to 3 commissioners in one ministry.
Okay, please. There's noise from somebody that unmuted. Please. You know, noise is coming from the background there. Please.
Yeah, so it's okay now. He used like 3 to 4 commissioners in one ministry.
My brother, that one not be excuse.
Please, let me move on, please. I don't need this.
He can't do everything on you.
Okay, Mr. Joe, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on August Chris. Please talk to us. Your 4 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Mr. Anja was trying to
but Oga Joe, it's difficult for me to differentiate whether you are a supporter or
don't worry, don't finish Olumide. When it gets to you, please.
Olumide,
if he gets to you, please. Go ahead, Oga Chris.
I beg again. My brother, this angle where you open, so I will not want to talk good there. You say he use up to 4 commissioner. Who appoint the commissioner for him? Not be appoint them by himself. The enemies where you they talk. Wait to make me be they say me I wait may you name them. I be want see any name where you want call. Whether or not being by himself create that same enemy where you want talk. Any enemy where Obaseki get today, now he create them by himself, by his own hand. Even the people who support him, how he do them. Look everybody where don't support Obaseki. Everybody. Tell me which one remain a friend. People will really pull him out from the dungeon. He created those enemies for himself. Nobody has hindered him. Now be the thing where they talk. If he reach time for security, don't say power there Abuja hand. But if he reach time when they want use police, take rig election, they do their own personal things, then go free control the police. If they want use and disturb innocent people, innocent citizens where they're supposed to govern, it no go be problem. Now, when they are supposed to use the same police to protect the people, don't say now from Abuja they get power. When we know they make excuses for this governor again. Okay? The guy don't fail, he don't fail. There's nothing he can do. And we cannot rely on any decision Obaseki make. And one of the decisions are Aswen Godalo. See the way we take bring the Aswen Godalo self. That's why they do election. You go just silence everybody, go bring one person. Because of waiting special about that person. I beg. Well, my people, now Lumide Akpata matter will still dey. Na him be the surest candidate for this election for Edo State. Make we not miss this opportunity. One thing wey Olumide Akpata don dey do differently, na him be open manifesto and community participation. You see am now, they accuse Okpebholo say e no dey talk to the people. Yes, e no dey talk to people. But if people know Okpebholo, then they feel the impact for the small place where he come from. Aswe Godalo, they talk to the people, but he's completely disconnected from his people. You can say these two people, PDP and the APC, make una no let them near power in any way. Then be the same thing. The bad character where this one not get, the other one get them. So we no fear afford, and we no go even fear argue, because now so them be. Aswe Godalo, the APC before, from there come PDP. The same thing, not naturally they move up and down. The only person way different from this contest now Osagbovo Olumide Akpata of the Labour Party. Person where they talk to the people and the people they feel them. See one thing where you want to do differently. Me I mentioned two, and they don't already start them. Open manifesto. We never see any person where do this kind one before. You don't go around the 18th local government. Go ask them what they want. Now then they talk not be saying go just stay one room, write everything we want to do for Edo State. No. As they campaign, they go from local government to local government. What you now want? They go tell them, you go write them for grant. Now that one be manifesto. And as they do that one, after the local government, go the community. That one are the second thing where no governor don't do before. Go from community to community. What you now want? Some go say water, some go say road, some go say security, some go say farmland. And if he finish, he go still tell them, say, wait till making the ask now these things so. If I don't enter power, now all these things will not go ask me again. So what manner of audacity? We don't have to miss this guy. This guy is ready for the job. He's completely ready for the job. This is a complete shift. I don't even want to add the word paradigm. It's a complete shift to what we are used to. Barrister Sagbovo Olumide is the clear champion. He's so different from all these other guys in any ramification you want to look at it. He's not this all-going executive type, and he's not this all shy type like Omonde Okpebholo. He's just a fine blend of what a normal person ought to be. His charisma, his free-flowing, easy-speaking, easy-going, the man of the people, somebody with a listening ear. Now he's running through the local governments again, the second time. He was in Esa Northeast, how many days ago, yeah? He's just going around again and cross-checking and verifying with them. Now, wait till I say, make we do be this, so. And the people are all answering in the affirmative. So this is why we've been saying it's only one choice. Like the US Air Force will say, you have only one choice of movement, up and away. The only choice we have in this Edo State election is Barrister Usagbo Olumide Akpata of the Labour Party. That is why we are calling all well-meaning Nigerians, all true lovers of democracy, all true people that love change, all true people that are against the failure of the APC and that of the PDP. Please, let's come together. Let's put our hands behind this true son of the soil, true son of Edo State, a man that is dedicated to the welfare of the people, a man that means well for his people, a man that has vision for his people, a man that is not just coming with his own personal vision, but a man that is coming to meet the wishes and aspirations of the people. What else do you want in a leader? My people, make we vote Barrister Osagbo Olumide Akpata for the next election. Na him be the man wey sabi road. Good evening, Nigerians. Good evening, Nigeria Watch. God will continue to bless you for giving me the opportunity to talk to Nigerians. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God bless you too. I appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Joe said earlier on that Obaseki, because of the enemy, mute yourself, Anybody that unmuted, noise is coming from somebody, please. He said earlier on that because of the enemy Obaseki created, that's what hindered development. Then Obaseki used to tell us what he used the money to do then. Because if you send me a message, now I go buy water, I'm not going to end up buying the water. The money is supposed to return, all right? You tell us. Anyway, I'll just move on. I can't wait for him to be out of there, to be honest. I just want a new person. If now Olumide they call me, now, but as when they call me, I just want a new person. And the 8 years is too long for my liking. You know, if there's a competition, this will be good. You know. Let's hear from Abdul Malik. Talk to us, sir.
Yeah, good evening once again, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, sir.
How can someone be expecting a free and fair election from PDP or APC? Impossible, become possible. APC and PDP, we know them for ringing. Without ringing, they cannot win election. Don't expect anything free and fair election from those two parties. Probably they are preparing how to ring the election now. Yeah, that is what they will do. You cannot expect free and fair election from those people. Lie, it can never possible. If really you see what is going on in Nigeria currently, you will not use your PVC to go and vote for APC and PDP. The hardship currently in Nigeria, you can never vote PDP and APC again in your life. Currently, there is no food in the country. 3 people that cannot eat 3 square meat. Some people, they can't eat 3 square meat a day. Insecurity everywhere. Dollar depreciation. Naira depreciation everywhere. Still, you will still use your PVC to go and vote for such people to come back to the state or to Nigerian government. It's not normal. For me, how many years back they have been promising us for a long time, manifesto or non manifesto, they will do the same thing. Anybody that came out from those two parties, they can never perform. They can't do anything. How many years they have not done something? Is it now that are they going to perform? They cannot. If you are using your PVC to go and vote for such people again, probably you don't mean well for that state or Nigeria. Vote for new party in Edo State. PDP and APC, avoid them. They cannot do anything good in that state. Good night, Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Abdul Malik. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's see
Mr.
if
Elvis. Mr. Elvis.
Yes.
I have a request, sir.
Yes.
I know some
Go ahead.
about 2 or 3. two or 3 days ago, I brought this up that we need to extend probably our show because of the re-election. Now we have a traffic. Are you able to extend for about 20 minutes and let Mr. Chris moderate, sir, and maybe you take a rest?
Yeah, but I'm tired already, my brother. I'm tired already.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So, but everybody don't give their final
But
submission.
I never
already
give my own
now.
final submission. Always, I beg.
No, you never. Me, I don't
Yeah,
talk.
I beg go.
You don't. I think say you
Make
don't
I give
speak
my
on
2 minutes
LinkedIn.
submission.
I never talk now.
Make I
Abba,
waka. I no be EDO light. But my
where you dey
own
waka
two
go?
cents.
Where you dey waka go? Hold on.
Black
Okay,
Panther,
let
I beg.
Olumide talk.
I beg. So
Oh yeah,
But
go ahead, Olumide.
thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Olumide,
I
Mr.
beg, no vex.
Olumide, please, before you start, let me make the correction. Let me correct you. I'm not a supporter of Olumide Akpata. So in your earlier submission, you made a reference to that. I'm not. So
Okay. I acknowledge that.
Mr. Olumide, you have 4 minutes. You remain 3.5 minutes for your side.
Okay. So I not be EDO light, but I just want to make an appeal. See, I want to make an appeal to I know, and it's pointless to the candidate. It's pointless. They will whoever has made up their mind to rig will want to rig. But I want to make an appeal to the head of our institutions, INEC, police force, judicial system. When the cases come before you, and see, you guys, when the head is rotting, it's going to affect the whole body. That is why it is pointless to me when you blame the citizens, you blame this and that. When the head is rotting, the whole body will be affected. And it is I listen to this silly argument. Me, I'm a science. I was a science student in school. I'm a science person by profession, and I know that even those who didn't do science, we all know about statistics. Statistics is very important. When people come on air, on TV, and come and say, "Oh, democracy has not worked for us, and we should go the way of Singapore. We should go the way of Malaysia. Look for strong men. Go the way of Libya. Look for strong men that would develop the country. That would, I understand where they're coming from. But majority of us believe in data. When we collect data, look at the majority of the country that have prospered and made progress in this world. And when you collect the data, you will see that they will have one form of democracy that governs their society. Maybe parliamentary, maybe presidential, maybe a mixture of both. We've seen that in the West. So how many of those countries with the strong man? Singapore is a one-off. Malaysia is a one-off. How many more can you mention? But we can mention so many that have thrived under democracy. You understand? In a free and fair, corrupt-free election, where the people can ultimately decide your faith, to judge you if you haven't performed, if you have performed, to make sure that they entrust people who can allocate the resources that the country generates or the state generates to better use it to their benefits. That is how people develop. That is how people make progress. When you allow people come with their ideas to say, I can do this, I can do that, we can do this, we can do that. That is how countries like US, UK, Canada, go to Europe, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, on and on and on and on and on. If we collect the data, a large majority of the time, democracy has worked. If we allow it to work the way it should work, not the way we are doing it in our part of the world where it is all corrupt. So allow the people choose who they want. And I know it is all about the resources, it is all about the money. And as long as these criminals continue to rig themselves into power, the people will continue to suffer. That's just the truth. I rest my case.
Okay, Olumide, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that submission and your time with us today. Thank you for everything. Let me go to Black Panther now. Black Panther, you have your time, 4 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Olumide, Your advice, forget your advice. Don't advise anybody. Don't advise Nigerian government. Don't, because your advice will just throw it to one trash. The question I want to ask every one of us: why is it that we have a belief that the kind of democracy practice in wherever we are can work in your country? Why do you believe that? Despite the difference in culture, the difference in mindset, the difference in a lot of things, your way of dressing, or you can put all those ones under, culture. Why is it that with those factors that we can phantom out of it and make a cohesive and a very good conclusion and really go deep what system we really desire that can suit us? Why have we not sat down and think about that? But we just believe, because it looks like we are so stereotyped. And they said civilization started in Africa. Why is it that we are so stereotyped? They can control us with any ideology and we'll just fit in and start being an advocate of it, rather than we sit down to do what we know that can suit ourselves and make a caricature of what they have created for the whole world. Look at China, for instance. China uses what they have to make themselves the second richest nation in the entire universe. Look at Britain. Look at America. Look at those countries. There are some things they do different, that makes them excel. But we have not really sat down. What we just sit down, the whole Africa just let us copy and paste. We have not even produced something. Okay, look at our brother now. There's one thing about Nigeria itself. We find it hard to disassociate ourselves from bad shenanigans from a party that have ruined the generation. Do you know that people born in 1980 do not even know about Nigerian history? They don't know. They don't even know the military era where we live. They cannot even, there's no book for them to read, to even get it. They're not ready to read books. Those generations, we have lost them. That is why we're having a problem now. We cannot change from this PDP and APC. Whenever there's a new party, we will say, I don't want to look at the party now. I want to follow the person. You see, we are deceiving ourselves. A man cannot separate himself from his shadow. What PDP, as it is today, cannot give you what you think you need for your society. APC, PDP cannot give you. We need to stop deceiving ourselves, because I can question the judgment. Yes, sir.
But when you said the child born in 1980 was only about military area, I believe that military were still in power until
you know why I say you don't know? Because see, I have taken statistics, I have called, I have asked questions. They don't know. I started from my own family.
They don't know. They were there before military was ruled.
They were little then. They were child baby. Are you hearing me? Is everybody hearing me now?
I agree with you, Black Panther. You see,
can you hear me? Yeah, hold on. Let me land.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Let me land, please.
His minutes is over.
Naja, I beg, give me 30 seconds, I beg. 30 seconds, I beg. You see,
go ahead.
That is why when we say Nigeria deserves the kind of leadership we have, is what, look, our brother is not begging us to vote PDP. They say they are looking at the personality, not the party. What we have now is party-oriented democracy, and we cannot separate them from their party. Their party ideal is constant. So when we deceive ourselves to come here, that's why I question the judgment of a lot of us. We lack judgment. When we come to party, how we choose people, we lack the judgment. Thank you, man. God bless you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, my brother.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir. We have other people waiting. All these,
Just 10 seconds.
Black Panther.
Yeah.
Can I punch a hole in that fallacy?
No.
you just said?
Olumide.
Nigeria deserves the
Please,
leader he
please,
has.
please.
Did
Olumide,
Nigerians deserve to be rigged?
Olumide, people are waiting. Olumide, are you hearing me? Please, people are waiting. Please, let me go to let me see. Although everybody have given their submission, which is good. Thank God. Okay, since all of you want to talk within yourself, I'll give 10 minutes for you guys. Is 10 minutes enough, Nandi? Or 15 minutes?
So, Black Panther,
give us 30 minutes now.
do Nigerians deserve to be rigged?
Okay, you guys, hold on now. They passed something here. Let me finish, please. Okay, I'll give you guys 30 minutes to round up. 30 minutes within yourselves. Go ahead. Thank you.
So we shouldn't allow all these one statements, all these one-off statements that don't make any meaning. I mean, don't be pushing their narrative. Nigerians deserve the lizards they get. So does it mean that the fact that the people wanted to elect their leader in the last election deserve to be rigged out? Is that what you're saying?
Every nation at every point in time deserve the leadership that they get, because
so we deserve the current one. Are you saying that we deserve the current one we get?
We deserve it because
we deserve it.
We have choice to reject it. You have the power.
It is good for them to have been rigged out.
No, you are rigged out, but you have choice.
What choice?
You have choice. You can reject it.
The only choice left to the people was to carry arms against the government and say,
not arms.
No.
You don't need to carry arms. You can protest.
So what is going to happen?
This protest they did now, they could have done it a year ago. You can do something. You can do
Olumide, Olumide, let me say something to you. When we say Nigeria deserve the kind of people they have, leadership they have, is that we are saying it from an angle whereby you have the power to take what belongs to you, but you decided to say, oh, let us just try it. Let's try them. You have the right to say you want to change your leadership, to change the party and get to a new party. You say, okay, because of my brother, let us try him. I know him very well. I do business with him. You see why we deserve it? Are you not seeing why we deserve it? Are you not seeing it?
But it's easy for us to say these things. This morning now, there's a certain journalist that said that the DSS or the Nigerian security agents have arrested because of the last protests. So they are picking up people one by one. You understand? They are trying to shut people down with the security agents. You heard what happened to the NLC chairman. They have invited him. You understand? So they're now picking on people, especially those ones who were involved in organizing the protest, picking them one by one. They're just trying to silence people. You understand? And you would think that of all people, the person to do this will be somebody like Tinubu, who claimed to have fought for democracy with Nadeko. You understand? So that I don't know. I don't know how I don't blame the people. They are hopeless.
They are not hopeless. They are not hopeless.
They are using the instrument of government to subdue the people.
No. Olumide, let me tell you what the factor that is holding Nigeria that are not reacting. The factors, one, an average Nigerian that you see there, so they want to be like their politician. Forget about what they say. Some of them say 65% of them want to be like their politician. They want to drive the best car, but they don't want to follow the road that will lead to that thing. They like the shortcut. Now, we are saying that Kenya is different from us. Are Kenya not human being? What are Kenya doing now? Are they not compelling the leadership to do what they want them to do? What are you saying? When you hear yourself talk.
So what I'm saying is that there are people who have stood up to the government, but still yet it has been difficult unseating the government. You understand? Yeah, maybe the people need to stand up. I agree with you. Somebody like Showore has shown leadership. He has shown that he means well for the people. This guy was locked up for 4 years in Nigeria, denied access to his family. Not until recently. There are people who have stood up. There are people who are speaking out like David Undenyi. They're after his life. You understand? They would have killed this, they would have assassinated this guy if he didn't run away. There's this another guy, Tayo Shoyombo, or what his name is, and many, and these are young people who are supposed to be the bedrock or foundation for which a nation is built on, the strength of a nation.
Olumide, let me ask you a
Other people
question.
can look up to. You understand?
Let me ask you a question. Well, let me ask you a question. Why should Nigeria be scared? How did they remove the military era? How did you remove them?
See, I can tell you that. See,
wait.
What I'm trying
Wait. Let me tell you something. Olumide, wait.
What I'm trying to tell you is that, see, these people are using the instruments of government.
The instrument they are using, Olumide, let me tell you the instrument they are using.
Gain legality. You understand? The military had no sympathy outside of Nigeria. There was no sympathy for them. You understand? They couldn't use that to gain to legally do what they were doing. Now, these people
Olumide, hold on.
camouflage.
Hold on. You are just being sympathetic in your speech. Olumide, look, I'm not sympathetic in my speech. Olumide, look, go and look at how we delivered the country when the military era was there. People lost their life. And like a lot of things happened. People were jailed for 9 years. They were released. How were they released? How did we get our country back? We don't know the factors that is holding every one of us. These civilians they use is the tribal factor.
Black Panther, you're not listening to me. In the military, it was easy in the military era because the military era lost the sympathy of the West.
See. Olumide, all this you are saying, you are being sympathetic.
Has the sympathy of the West.
See, Olumide, you are being sympathetic.
To most Nigerians, it is an illegal government. But in the eyes of the West or the outside world, it is a constitutional government.
No.
How you make them lose sympathy in the eyes of the outside world?
Olumide,
be a starting point.
Olumide, try to listen to us. You are coming from one angle. I have come from that angle before. You are being sympathetic in your delivery.
To who?
You look at what you are looking at. Oh, the people are powerless. Look, if you say the people are powerless, who is going to do the needful to get it back?
Black Panther.
Yes.
May you talk more.
Okay, let me round up. So let me just round up my talk. You see, if you are sympathetic in the way of getting your country back, you will never get it back. If you are saying the people are being thrown down by this, look, whatever the civilians are using to bring us down, it is what they've learned from the military era. And we can prove to the world, if we have our people out there, our leadership out there that can help us out, that this election was a charade. Okay, how did America know that the election in Venezuela was a charade? How did they know? How did they know? That's the question you should answer. So don't be sympathetic to any one of us.
That's why I'm telling you. See,
don't be sympathetic. Say it as it is.
You mentioned the case of Venezuela. You mentioned the case of Venezuela. Venezuela has lost this backing of the West. It is easy for anybody to come and remove them. You understand? America and the West are not supporting them. They've lost the sympathy. But as I'm saying that this government has the sympathy of the West. You understand?
Yeah, Olumide, if I may just come in, Oga Black Panther, I think the truth be say some of this argument, there is no one way completely wrong or the one that's completely right. I think the point Olumide they make, I still support that point to a large extent. Now, because say this government they enjoy support from America and the West, that's simply why they are not talking out, they are not speaking up against this government. We cannot dispute that fact at all. And again, I still believe Olumide, you see, I hold the same position with you before. I think sometimes for this panel, some people say the people deserve the kind of government they have. But I was of the opinion, exactly the argument where you put forward. I say, but when these people vote now, what about INEC? We see, even the people that voted against Tinubu, we are far more than the people that voted for him. And somebody make a very, very strong remark The person asked me, say, okay, when they come make Tinubu the president, when the election was now taken over by INEC and everybody. So where were those millions of people that voted against Tinubu? Where they come there? So that one are very strong arguments to show say the people deserve the government where they get. But you went on to still make another counter claim that even if those people speak now, the state apparatus will be unleashed on those people, which is also another valid point. So eventually, this thing where we call democracy, it doesn't come easy at all, at all. It doesn't come easy. There's no way we can be shy, but we cannot shy away from that. And again, I think the people that believe in social justice, the people in Nigeria that believe in social justice, is quite astonishing that we all are not fighting in the same direction. I've listened to you when you made that submission that which I completely align with, that you build on democracy, although Black Panther was trying to counter that. You build on democracy and then you build institutions instead of strong men. We've analyzed that here. It appears you listen to this station a lot. We've analyzed that here several times on the need to build institutions instead of strong men. And I think somebody has mentioned on this platform that democracy is a scam, which I vehemently opposed to. And even the China we are talking about, even those countries that are not practicing democracy as we know it, but what those people are practicing, they are following the rule of law. Any system you practice, as long as you follow the rules of that system, it will work for you. And democracy is essentially a systemic thing where everybody will be subjected to the same rules and regulation. It doesn't have to be the US kind of democracy or the British kind of parliamentary democracy. As long as there are set rules that any person, like in China, if any person thief, if you steal up to $5,000, you are going for it. If that rule is there, we know China is not operating democracy.
Mr. Chris, why do you think this saying is so strong and powerful when they are talking about democracy, that power belongs to the people? It simply means that
exactly. That's what I was trying to let Olumide know earlier. That when I was of the opinion that the people do not deserve the government they want, the government that is ruling over them. But when the argument was made that if you get something you didn't vote for, then the people ought to use that power, the power that Jonathan just talked about, to revolt.
Jonathan, your background is making noise.
To revolt against that status quo that the people ought to use, because the power eventually belongs to the people. No matter how you look at it, it's only when the people are able to rise above the ashes. And in the process of rising, we understand that there will be casualty. I think it is in that sense of casualty that people are skeptical, especially in Nigeria. People have become so skeptical that nobody just wants to sacrifice anything. And for me, I'm not going to blame any person for that, because I'm not even there to put my right foot forward. So, in all, that's just my own view about this, and I've been speaking.
Thanks for your honesty. Thanks for your honesty. You say you are not even there.
You see, you know, there now.
Yeah, to start saying why they don't come out there for do this, no. It's in fairness, I'm not there. So I've spoken for like
Mr. Chris.
Yeah,
Mr. Chris.
We get very short time remaining.
Mr. Chris, let me just take 30 seconds for what you just talked. There's one thing you said. You said the West are in support of these people, in support of us, the government. Now, when the election was rigged, did we come out? The answer is no.
No, I agree.
Wait now. The answer is no. Now, I want to take you back to Cameroon. There's democracy there. They go for election, they win. A man has been there, been ruling for more than 40 years, and is still coming out to rule. Will you not say that the West are in support of him?
Yes, now.
After ruling for 40 years, the West are in support of that kind of oligarchy, not democracy now.
Who
In Cameroon? In Cameroon.
Yes, now
What? Paul Biya. Paul
France is
Biya.
behind Paul Biya now.
See, Paul Biya, everything I the West they support Paul Biya. He hotel for Zurich. As we dey talk, na special forces they guide the hotel for Zurich. Paul Biya na the proper picking of the
France
West.
is behind Paul Biya.
Now Paul Biya na be the example of say West no want make somebody come out for power. See, Paul Biya, the people wey don't try contest against Paul Biya, to the extent the person wey dey like 2 years wey Paul Biya overthrow him papa, that one can't grow, can't contest against Paul Biya. Paul Biya still use
So
power.
is Western democracy proper for us?
See, it is not whether it is proper for you or not. Whatever system, see, this democracy wey we dey talk.
Chris, let me try and answer.
It is so funny. We see
Let
the
me
way
try
the
and
West
answer
they
Black
use
Panther.
democracy
Let me
say
try
they
and answer
better
Black
their
Panther.
life.
Chris,
We are not doing it properly. That is our problem.
That's exactly. See,
We
the
must
West,
take responsibility for that.
What the West is doing to us, what they are doing to us in Africa and other parts of the third world, they cannot do it in their own country.
Exactly,
It
because
is
we
about
allowed
resource
it. So,
control.
Mr.
It is about resource
Lumide,
control. If
Mr.
you tell
Lumide,
them, if
Mr.
our people
Lumide,
are not greedy, if our leaders are not greedy, and tell
Mr.
them that
Lumide,
we don't
you
want
see
your
what
control, they will let go. They
Mr.
will let
Lumide,
go.
Mr. Lumide, hold on. Did you see what Mr. Jonathan just finished saying? You have come back to that again. You said that the West, they cannot do what they are doing in their own country, but they are able to do it in Africa because we allowed it. So eventually what you get is what you allow. So the kind of leaders we have, even if we don't want this kind of leaders, but because we've not spoken out enough.
Can we say they are deceiving us?
See, no. So Black Panther, wait, you see all this deceive?
Look, all this way they talk, they don't talk and
Black
sing,
Panther,
so they don't talk and.
You see this deceive when we they talk. Who then they deceive? There is nothing like deceive there. It is the greed of your leaders. It's as simple as that. It is
So what we are practicing
that is
is a
dedicated to
corrupted
its own
form
people.
of democracy. Corrupted form of democracy. It is not the democracy that they are practicing in the West. You understand?
See, Black Panther.
If the West was behaving like the way we are behaving, do you think Obama will be president?
Exactly.
Do you think that Indian guy will be prime minister?
Obama, Black Panther, Obama na first generation American. The papa na only school he go for US where he see mama give am belle. Whereas Gbadebo for Lagos, na just because na half Yoruba, half Igbo, they say no.
You see, let me say something here. You see, you are contradicting yourself, Mr. Chris. You are contradicting yourself. You don't know. You are contradicting yourself. You don't know. When we told you, let me prove them. When we told you that there was an influence of the Western world in our democracy and our system in Africa, you said no, it is the people. Now you are saying, wait, let me talk now. Let me talk. You don't yarn that one.
Listen. I not say listen to me. I didn't say there's no influence. That is where you people are missing it. There's always influence and there will continue to be influence. Can you people not get it? It is when the people you have in power,
Mr. Chris,
listen.
Don't turn it. You are contradicting yourself.
Listen. There will continue to be influence. And that is what they do to every country, not just only in Africa. Make sure how they call this thing Africa.
See.
Now listen,
Mr. Chris, let me tell you something. International politics. There's always international politics. There's always wait now.
Rwanda.
Wait.
Okay, wait. The small boy will just take over Burkina Faso now. Why are they not influencing him? Listen, please.
Okay, is the Russian not influencing him? Is the Russian not influencing him?
Yes, because Naim by himself.
You see, say yes.
No, Black Panther, wait. Naim by himself invites Russia. You must have to get this very clear. Nobody is saying that these people are not cunning. Nobody is saying that they are not interfering they are interfering. But I'm trying to let you know, and everybody must get this into their skull, The extent of their success is how much you allow, you the leader, because you are corrupt, everything about you is corrupt. You have your funds, they have all your secret file, and you know you cannot do
Wait,
anything.
Mr. Chris, let me tell you what is happening. The West encourages the African nations to be corrupt.
So
let me give you a reason. Wait. You do the court person. I do the court person. I know you like him. You do the court person. Let me tell you. Corruption is an enigma that when it gets into you, it's very difficult if you don't have a strong law to stop it. And when they see that they bring something to you, you accept it, and you don't go through it very well. You accept it. It now turns over to you that they will start controlling your system. And when we said last that, when we were saying that the Western world are the one causing the problem, you said no. You always said no. Now you are coming back again that you're talking about influence. You see, there's no how you go about it. We were right at the beginning. You were wrong at the beginning. There's no how you turn it. There's no how you turn it.
Black Panther, we have 2 minutes. May I just quick use one by 30 seconds? So if everybody get 30 seconds, more I talk. My own be say, the West, they try to influence us. The West, they not like Africa. The West, they are corny. The West, they do everything to take our resources. The West, they put our corruption for Africa. But the only reason why they succeed for all these things, now because say you get leaders that are useless. Leaders that cannot stand up for themselves, leaders that don't love the people, leaders that are greedy. That is why they are succeeding. Anything outside of that, you know, concern me.
So in adding to what you're saying, Chris, adding to what you just said, see, you must realize that the democracy they practice in the West is not the same as we practice here. Ours is a corrupted form of democracy. You understand? Where it is tainted, they allow the worst of us to govern us. How do you want development? How do you want to make progress when the worst of us are the ones governing us and stealing the resources? And I want to say that colonialism was slavery 1.0. The moment we got our independence was slavery 2.0, because they were manipulating the so-called democracy that they gave to us. Slavery 3.0 is the loan that we are collecting from them. It is a way to indirectly enslave us, not to let go of our resources, because they know that the slavery of those times where we were in chains, our forefathers were in chains and marched on the streets and sold in the market, is no more fashionable. The world will not tolerate it.
Thank you. Let me just take my 30 seconds.
Now these loans are indirect form of slavery.
Let I take 30 seconds. You see, everything you have been saying now, that is to tell you guys that all the brethren that have spoken that the Western world are influencing the corruption we have in our country is right. They were right. And there's no justification for you to turn around that, you must have the right leader. There's no way you have a right leader when there's a pre-plan against you to have a wrong leader. So, therefore, we must fight it headlong so that we emancipate ourselves from the gangsterism being perpetrated from the West. That is all I want to say, and that is why we need to form our own the kind of democracy that will suit our culture and will suit our tradition. That's the way to go, because there will be blockade against the Western world because they will not understand the kind of democracy we are practicing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan, you did that, so.
Let me just quickly add this, that nothing that happens in Africa, Nigeria in particular, without Nigerians collaborating with the West. There is nothing they can do successfully in Nigeria without Nigerians enabling them. So we have collaborators amongst us, and that is why the West is thriving. The case of Cameroon and their likes in Africa, they are thriving because they have collaborators inside. That's the only way West can thrive. West cannot thrive without, people supporting them or aiding, what you call aiding and abetting within the system. That's why they are thriving in Nigeria. So in the final analysis, we are responsible. Nigerians
I don't know why it's so difficult for Black Panther. Now West say make Buhari go buy new plane. Now West say make go buy new yacht. Now West say make he carry $15 billion go to the time.
Not be West outside for 9 months.
Now see you. Now West
Not be the outside.
Now West
who they keep their money when they steal?
See, that be the problem. Now they thief the money. Okay, irresponsible father will leave his children, make his children they hungry, carry money, go beer parlor, go to the bad drink. Then you leave that father alone, go the quarrel with the beer parlor woman, say why you go sell for her. You don't know say
that parable no go enter because somebody know say they do bad and the bad way they do, you know if you do it for your own country, they encourage you to do the bad. What do they talk, Seth?
No, like
somebody encourage you make you do. Somebody they encourage you make you do bad.
Assuming what you they talk so and an elderly person and small picking, you go say now the small picking. These people they are all adults. Are they not adults? They are all independent taking decision.
See, when it comes to we need to detach ourselves from the colonial era. That is what we need to do. If you don't do that by a system, it no go work.
Mr. Ninja, you still did there, son. Ninja.
All right. Thank you, okay, Chris. Thank you.
And Ninja, make me quickly thank you. We don't remember to thank you from the beginning. Although you said you were very tired, but you still gave us 30 minutes. And for that, we are very grateful. Thank you, sir. We value you. We honor you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my people.
Sleep well.
Thank you, my people. I appreciate you all. Yes, over 6 hours. We can continue from where we stop.
Thank you, Elvis. No allow Nigeria matter kill you, I beg you.
My brother, get us a beer. Get us a beer, to be honest. But it's okay. Let's see how long we can do this. You know, I just pray God continue to give us all voice to speak positively how our country can be better. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you, Augustine. Thank you very much, Olumide. Thank you very much, Black Panther, Oga Chris. Thank you, Abdul Malik. Give us a mandate. Patricia, and thank you, Mr. Joe, for coming in earlier on. Mr. Paul, thank you for coming in as well. Appreciate you all, every one of you that called in to the show today. Thank you very much. God bless you all. I appreciate everyone, and I would like to quickly appreciate those of you that supported the channel today. And Mr. John, once again, thank you. Beauty Lady, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Olumide. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, Suberry. Thank you very much. God bless you all. And on the comment section, Mother for Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. Mommy is still awake. Anytime I'm here, she's here. You know, when I'm running up, she's there. Wow. Everybody wants Nigeria to be better, though. It's just that some people are following the wrong lane. You know, that's what we're calling for. We cannot continue to be deceiving ourselves. If we want a better Nigeria, want Nigeria to work in our time, please, my people, let's be honest to ourselves. If not, we're just going to continue to be doing this. We all are getting old. Thank you very much, Mother for Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you, Stella Masevedo. Love Mandoka. Thank you very much. Peg Modi. Thank you. Patience Demudia. Thank you. Love God is my strength. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you, Tony Africa. I can see you right there. Thank you. Thank you, Nat. I can see you as well. Mother Tusabi. Mother Tusabi, we miss you. It's good to hear from you. Thank you. We miss Madam Luke as well. Madam Luke, we never hear from you. You tell us someone will not ask of you, say you want to go enjoy your holiday. I believe say your holiday is supposed to finish, oh, madam. You know, we miss you here. Thank you very much, my people. Madam, I'm bright. I can see you, man. Thank you very much. Thank you, my good people. I will miss Shooks Obibueze. Where Shooks Obibueze Condi? Okay. People they will never hear from for a while. But it's all right. You know, I appreciate you all, my people. Kingsley Ogera here, I can see you as well. Thank you. Leonard Anozie, thank you. Oga Chris, thank you once again. I appreciate you all. I would like us to round up right now. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed by 6 p.m. And for those of you that's going to play our video back again later on, please endeavor to like and share and leave us a good comment. You don't need to hail us, just be natural. Leave us a comment where we can learn from what we're doing here. We're not perfect. I am a panelist. So whatever you leave us, we will learn from it. And God bless all my people. Have a good night and bye for now.
No more bad government in Nigeria. In other words, the only media that have been consistent speaking against the bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Niger what yo? No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. No more bad for the poor. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what be here? No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media. No more bad government. The number one media in Nigeria. No more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what you? The voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Niger what media. Voice for the voiceless. Niger watch media. The only media that have been speaking against bad government. Being consistency since 1944. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless. Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless. 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 Niger watch you. We have been seeing all you guys have been doing, and recommending to everyone in Nigeria, saying that